meeting me and thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my views on research. Because I visited Goa for a number of times, but this is the only first time where I had back formally when I had to travel to Goa. It's a unique opportunity that I would say. Apart from vacation, I have worked some to address a very formal location. So this I would always remember. Yes. When it comes to, you can ask me any question which I want to research. I'm comfortable on research on any of the topics. But however, for simplicity, I have sticking to a few of the things. I will start with research fundamentals so that you would want to understand what those fundamentals are. Then I move on to the research pitch, which is, I consider, one of the greatest requirement that we need in the research forum that we can see. And the third session, I would like to have an activity on that, because if you can understand this research pitch, you will never make mistakes in your life. So that you will have this particular research pitch every time you start a research. So that's the reason I have an activity planned this afternoon. And to conclude today's session, I will be working on with how do we do literature review, what are the things that we need to conduct in the literature review, what are the tools that we have in our literature review. So basically, we look into all the aspects. We will also look in terms of some of the activities and progress today in terms of literature review. If not, we will have this conducted tomorrow in terms of the activity on literature review. So that's the whole overview of the sessions that I have planned for today and tomorrow. And tomorrow's sessions will be focusing more in terms of how we write research papers. And depending on the time, I will look in terms of what are the different components of publishing papers in terms of empirical, conceptual reviews that we can have. And also, most importantly, we need to look in terms of the reviews and review comments. So that I will also be touching upon. I mean, fortunate enough to be to a number of journals. I have been guest editor to a number of journals. So I understand life as an author, as a reviewer. So that's the reason you could ask me such a question. I'm comfortable now. So that's how these sessions have been planned for today and tomorrow. And yeah, this is my contact. In case you want to reach me, you can reach me on my email and my phone numbers, which are available. Of course, I'm on LinkedIn also. If you want, you can always reach me there. In terms of my research that I have been working on, my research has been more in the area of operations, mainly in terms of service operations. So, which I've been focusing more so. Apart from that, that's how my citations and HDXs are at present at this particular point in time. So let me start with research fundamentals. What is the phase at which, yeah, if you can have about any and everything, you can speak at kind of if required, I just speak. Yeah, in my new role, I don't speak so much of late, unless I attend meetings and so on. Of course, I've been doing this after a long time actually. I do one session at the max, not a day, being at least 2 years now. So I would like to conserve my end. When it comes to the research that we talked about, at what phase of research have you completed your PhD? How many of you have completed your PhDs? Okay. How many of you have registered for PhD? Okay. All right. Others are yet to. All right. So we have a mix of audiences which are in this particular fine. So that gives me a fair idea as to how I should. You can stop at any point in time. I have no problem to repeat or take a question. So I will not have any problems in my flow of interaction. You can stop at any point in time. So what do you mean by research? What is research?
Looking for something new to add to the body of knowledge that exists.
Alright, looking for something new, adding to the body of knowledge. Okay, alright, anything else?
Investigating.
Investigating what?
Any subject.
Investigating subject of matter, interest, pertaining to domain, okay, isn't it? Those answers.
Some phenomenon that intrigues you, investigating some phenomenon that causes you to be curious.
Okay, accepted.
Trying to find some answers to existing phenomena.
Okay.
Going deeper into a subject.
Going deeper into the subject. Yes. Now, when we look into the kind of research that we do and others do, we need to understand that research is a journey, and do not take the research as a compulsion. Because if you look at research as a compulsion with the point entry, probably then it becomes difficult. So in this particular we have chosen a profession to be academicians, and in this age of academician, we will have to do continuous research. And PhD is an initial point of research that you start with, but you will have to complete. From the point of publication, yes, you can publish and bring those publications back to classes. So that's how we work most importantly. And that is how you can add value to your teaching also. So research should augment your teaching. So when we talk about research here, research is basically research. So if you look at the term here, it is basically RE, and there is another term which is called as search. So searching something which has been searched earlier. And that is how we refer to the literature review. That is how we look into the different bodies that exist in the published forum. It could be in terms of the databases that we have, in terms of Web of Sciences, Scopus, or whatever indexes that we have. So we do identify a large number of contents that are available. So searching something which has been searching, what does it do? That's an important question that we need to understand, that there are enough material which exists, and why should I search again? So that is why researching is basically that we need to intend to search something which has not been searched in the past. And that is where we try to understand that what is the gap in our study and what could be our contribution to the body of literature that exists. So the intent of research is that we provide a contribution, we provide something to the society and academia in terms of body of literature, which could be directly used, which could be used at a different point in time, and so on. Now, in terms of management basically that we are working with, we can find that our applications are probably two levels. One would be in terms of theoretical, the other one would be in terms of managerial. So both we could look in terms of our implications of the study. However, when we look into some of the studies, maybe in terms of sciences, mathematics, and so on, maybe that you come out with your research, probably you do not know where those research would be utilized immediately, but in a long run you will identify there would be some space where your research would be utilized. So that is how we need to understand that research should be something new that we have to do. Now, when you look at the few of the definitions, of course, which you are very sure you have seen, it's very important that it's a process which is undertaken in a systematic way with a clear purpose to find out things. And this is where we need to understand very clearly that research is something that we do. Probably if at all we look into our own daily life, we do research in our daily life too. Now suppose I would want to visit a destination, I may look into the kind of places which are available in a city. Maybe I'm traveling to Goa. I will be looking in terms of which are the places for visiting, maybe in terms of family, maybe in terms of individuals and so on. So we do research in a different way, but it may not be very systematic that we may do. Maybe if at all I would like to buy a vehicle, or maybe I would like to buy a mobile phone, I do a kind of research. But that may not be a very systematic that we may look at. But here when we talk about systematic, or maybe in terms of suppose you have a given day, there are a couple of movies that gets released, and you would want to look at both the movies if you don't have time, but if at all you do not have time, you will look at watching one of the movies. So when that happens, there could be some personal bias. I love a particular hero, I love a heroine, probably because of this. There could be a bias which that's not systematic. So we need to understand that there is a difference between the research that we do on a daily life and when we look into research that we do in terms of our academic, which is very, very systematic. So when we look at this particular definition for convenience, we need to focus our attention on two important words which we can find. One is in terms of the systematic way and the other one is in terms of find out things. So when we talk about systematic way, now what does it mean? Now when we talk about systematic here, it's very clear that the research that I do will collect the data and I will be using certain methods and methodology which will be adopted. So I will be providing what method would be adopted in my research. I should be in a position to tell them, the audience, what method will be adopted, and probably also look in terms of why the results are going to be meaningful. And probably I cannot do everything which is possibly under the sun, which means I have limitations. So that is how, in terms of research, when we have, it's a systematic way. My research probably is confining to a particular sector of an industry, or I would be confining to one section of the people within an organization. So we need to have boundaries which are very clearly defined, which is broad to talk about limitations and so on. So research should explain the limitations. So that's why we talk about systematic way that we do. The other thing that we need to understand here is the other term which is used in this particular definition, which is in terms of to find out things. Now here, there are multiplicity of possible purposes of your research. Now, when you conduct a particular research, most of the time, when we start this particular research journey, we have a lot of energy, we bubble with energy. But probably we find out, I could do this, I would want to do this, you have a list of objectives that you would want to start with. But later you realize what you have identified is good, but possibly that it is not possible to be completed within a stipulated point in time. And that is where you have to be very, very careful, because this is an activity which needs to be completed within a stipulated point in time. Maybe you have 3 years, maybe you have 4 years, depending on your research, or it could be a general way in terms of the research project. Research project could be conducted for a year. So whenever we talk about the research, you need to understand that there are two important things. One in terms of the systematic way. The second one is in terms of the find things out, which is you may have to restrict in identifying certain aspects of the research. You will not be able to complete the research entirely, but you need to define your research in such a way that your scope is going to be something like that. So I'll share this content. These are some of the other information which talks about research. More or less, it's a similar kind of thing. Yeah.
So you said research should explain limitations.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I will. See, research should limit I will skip these definitions. I will take your question here so that I can work on. Now, when we do research, we have elements. Now, what are the elements that we have? Now, I may be doing the research on animals. I may be doing research on people. I may be doing research on something else. So we need to understand what are the key elements of our research. Now, when we talk about management, because I understand most of you are from this management because it becomes easy for me. When we talk about management, it could be that we are working on different levels. Now, I will limit, suppose my domain is HR, I will be interested in terms of confining a study on people, maybe in terms of employees. Now, at what level of employees, whether I would want to study at a higher level, maybe at a middle level or at a lower level. So, each of these are very, very important for me because what may be true for a lower level may not be holding true for a middle level. And that is where key element of our research we need to understand. It could be people. And when we talk about people, there are employees, it could be customers, depending upon whether you belong to a domain in terms of HR, you may look in terms of employees. Suppose if it's a marketing, you may look in terms of customers. So that is where you need to have a very clear understanding as to who your key elements are. Now, when we look into the kind of elements, a larger could be in terms of policymakers and so on. So that is where we could identify in terms of these key elements. So understand what exactly you want to. Now, there are people. Now, people could be customers, employees. Now, I could look into the other elements also. It could be in terms of organizations. It could be at unit level. It could be at a organization at a higher level. So, when we look at organizations, so you may have organizations which are at a smaller level, maybe for a particular product. Now, companies like P&G, suppose if you look into, there could be multiple products that they offer. So, there could be what level that you want to. Suppose you want to do on soaps or a particular soap. So, all those are aspects that we need to understand. And that is how systems we need to understand. So, you would want to bring in cultures, subcultures, you could bring in, because cultures matter to the people that you belong. It could be in an organization, it could be to other customers. So, that is where you need to understand the key elements of your research which are relevant to you. And this becomes the basis for your understanding. So, then you may look into multiple in terms of interactions. So, when we do studies now, we look at the interactions at different disciplines. I will talk about it maybe today in the afternoon session when we talk about how you should frame your research in terms of different disciplines. I mean that's one way that you can stretch your research because research has been saturated. So when you find there is a research which is saturated and you want to integrate two different disciplines, that's also possible. So I look at that. So interaction between people, maybe you look in terms of the supply chain component, you look in terms of the customer acquisition. So when you talk about both, now you may look at supply chain could be more in terms of operations. There could be customer acquisition more in terms of marketing. Yes, if there is an interlinkage between them, why not? So look at the key elements and then understand. Researchers, probably in most of our cases, we are looking in terms of one specific time. We may look at one specific time, suppose we want to attack a particular problem, or you would want to take it for a long duration of a PhD, you could do it a longitudinal plus cross-sectional. But however, in the case of an organization, suppose they would want to find a simple issue, whether the coupons are having an application, whether by handing over coupons, whether there is an increase in sales. It's a very simple one-time job that I would like to, or maybe giving on a Friday. Suppose I'm intending whether the sales are going to increase on a given day. So that's specific that we can understand at a given point in time. And our research could also be informal. Our research could also be informal. Of course, when we do PhD, we don't do it, but in general, when we talk about research and management, business research, basically in terms of organizations have been using informal mechanisms. In terms of hospitality, to a larger extent, you can see that chefs or other individuals come, take a visit, identify how good you are, how comfortable you are, probably when you are dining, maybe during your breakfast or something like that. So there are different mechanisms, even to a larger extent. Airlines have been making use of informal, wherein they have been capturing the moods of people using cameras and so on. So that is where there are mechanisms wherein we could capture And this could also be utilized in your study, provided you take ethical clearances and so on. That's something which we can always do. Good research should be replicable, that's what is most important, and we would want them to be done. And the benefit should always be higher when compared to cost. So that's how I look in terms of this general area of research. This is one context that we talk about of a simple example of Post-it. All of us have been using this particular Post-it in our daily life to a large extent. But when we look into the history of this particular evolution of this particular product, it has taken a large amount of time. Now, when you look at gums are possibly you want to bond to elements and you want the glue to be very strong. Accidentally, there was a gum which was identified which was very, very weak. But from the point of that research was completed and from the point of its commercialization, it took a lot of time. So, every research that we do will have a value. Maybe in management, probably we do not have this issue, we can directly apply, and some of us may have to wait for the application. But in terms of science or in terms of mathematics that we can look at it, our research will have value, but it takes a lot of time for us for application. So that is how you need to understand. Do not get panicked by your results. The results could be vague, but we will have to justify how those results are beneficial. So I'm just giving you an overview of what research is all about. Am I clear? Any clarifications here? Good to go?
Yes.
Alright, now when we talk about research, we will have research definition. So define your research problem is what we start with. So what is your research problem? Unless you understand your research problems are, probably you cannot do. And this is where I will be focusing more in terms of why research pitch is most important. Because when we do research, we need to identify a research problem and start understanding what needs to be done. Now, I would agree with the principal's address that he made today, that the number of advantages that we can find today, maybe in terms of open sources, maybe in terms of vast availability of information that is available online and so on. When we were doing our research, at least in my case, I have written 3 drafts of PhD. One, we didn't have number of kites. It was quite different for us to get kites. So that was my first research proposal that I had written very strongly. I didn't get a guide, threw it off. I came out with my second research proposal, met one of the experts at IIM. He told, excellent research proposal, but don't do this. And he told me that he has made this same mistake that I'm doing. I mean, both of us are in the area of operations, but ideally when we looked at this particular research, it was not in the area of operations. He said, I had this problem because of shortage of guides. I have to take in finance, and I would advise you, I am a veteran now, so probably your generation should not have this problem. So you being in operations probably look at a PhD. This is more so in terms of marketing, because I liked advertising. I wanted to work on advertising. So he said, being operations, you do a very good project here in terms of research and marketing, but people will not appreciate it tomorrow. And if you want to scale up your career, I would advise you to work in their operations. I said, thank you. And second proposal went into the bin, and I started working with my and I worked on that based on all my limitations, and I completed my PhD. And that is where defining research problem, working on this, coming out with the research proposal takes a lot of time. And this is where my next session that we talk about research, which will actually help you rather than you spend the entire process of the research proposal and then identify what problems that you face. And that's when I make it mandatory. I mean, wherever possible, I advocate that research pitch, which I had no idea when I was doing my research, but I thank the contributor, which I will talk about. That's a fantastic piece of knowledge which everyone in the research should That is where I will talk about it in my second slide. So design the research project, collect the data, analyze and so on. So when we start your work now, probably you can look at the research problem. Other things come little later. So what makes research distinctive is the manner in which the research problem is. Now we have research project basically in terms of research design. Research design will follow based on your research problems. Collection of the data is quite easy. We have software which are available. Thankfully, we do have open sources which are coming in large number, and that should be a problem now. So definition of the research problem is most important. And when we look into the publication, because it's an integral part of our life, the publication will only happen if there is a research problem which is quite everything. And you have a research gap which is very, very broad. So research problem, I would say that as research scholars, focus the research problem that you are defining is strong. So that is where I will go. So let me come to the basics of our research. Our research, we have what we call it as variables. And when we talk about variables, we have two forms of variables. One in terms of dependent variable, the other one in terms of independent variable. So I'm just moving on to very basic so that there are different levels, and for me to take off total I have to look at it here. So when we have these are the two forms that we can find. So which means there are variables that we have, we measure them, and there is an impact of one variable on the other. And this is where we refer to this as independent variable. Whereas you have a dependent variable wherein you have something which is impacting on it. Now when I switch on, switch on from one state to other, the light may switch on or the fans may be on. Now these are the actions. So if the fans will have to move, you have to switch from off state to on state. So that is where one is independent, one is dependent. We have so much around us which we can always relate, and if you can understand research in a very simple manner like this, we will never make mistakes. So that is where I try to look at how we could understand. So independent and dependent variables that we can. So probably when we look in terms of independent variables, we may have large number of independent variables which may have an influence on the dependent variable. Now the amount of your learning or the amount of your understanding of this particular topics that is happening is dependent on maybe the environment here, maybe on the faculty member, maybe on any other factors which are nothing but independent variables. In combination, when we look at it, they are dependent. So that is where we have a series of independent variables which can act together when it comes to a dependent variable, and that is where dependent variables and independent variables are our basic elements of our study, and we use different terms for independent variables and dependent variables. Do not get frightened, and I would like to make you aware of certain terms. So when we talk about in management now, we are using to a large extent antecedents. Antecedents are basically nothing but independent variables. So premier journals, prominent journals, that's a common thing that we can find. Antecedents. Antecedents are nothing but independent variables. So in medical, they are still using this particular terminology which is called as treatment. In some of the experimentation, maybe in sciences, they call it as manipulated and so on. So in terms of management, we are comfortable using independent variables, or we are using it as antecedents is the other term that we use, or maybe any terms which are comfortable, all these mean the same. Of course, I will hand over this particular content to you. You can just concentrate on this session. These slides are, I will make them available. So don't worry about the content. Contents are all available in the domain. I will give you these slides. You can have a copy of them, not a problem. But focus here so that we can interact. I would be happy to have interactions. That's the whole intention. So dependent variables are those which depend upon independent variables, and we are most comfortable using outcome variable in management. We use all forms here in terms of to a large extent response variable, effect variable, and so on. So that is where we have one independent, one dependent in the simplest possible scenario. There could be multiple independent variables, and we may have one dependent variable. And in the present context that we can find, the roles of independent and dependent variables keep changing. That's the beauty of today's technology that we have in terms of software. The kind of model that we are working on makes it quite a different level that we can find. That's how we have this. I will just give you an overview of all these aspects. So when we talk about the term variable, construct, concept, all are equal. There is no difference for us. So when we talk about a construct, in management that we talk about, we call it as latent construct that we can find. Here, when we talk about a construct or a concept, these are very, very abstract that we can find. So we have a generalized class of objects for which we have given a name. To give you a very simple example, see, we have been told that these are the names to your surroundings. When I look at this, all of us call this as a chair. When I look at this, all one of us will call this as a mic, because we have names which have been given to certain things which are around us. Similarly is the case in management.
If I could just go back to the previous slide, we talked about independent variables which are measurable.
Yeah.
So, like if I could give an analogy, so let's say the community members of a particular town would be independent variables.
I'll come to that. You are still yet to get that.
Okay.
So I will not be confused, but others can. So let me go, and then I will take your question. Both are measurable. It doesn't mean that we only measure independent, we also measure dependent also. But we look at the relationships. That is what
I'll ask the question.
Yeah. Yes. So that's how we will, because that's how I look at it. You are looking only in terms of measuring.
Yes.
So we measure both.
I'm looking at in the sense where independent variables, the way I understand it, I don't think you would be able to predict or measure them accurately. While I think dependent, so that is where
I will complete. Then you can. See, when we look at things around us, we have names which have been given. So as you can see, chairs, tables, all these are the names that we have. Similarly, when we talk about our management, it's a concept which is very, very abstract. Now, do we have names for this? Yes. We talk about customer satisfaction, we talk about customer loyalty, we talk about behavioral retention, we talk about service recovery. These are the concepts. Where are they? Do they exist? No. They are very, very abstract that we can find. But in terms of our understanding, we need to have this abstraction need to be understood, because two things we need to understand very clearly. One is in terms of these class of objects that we talk about is at what level that you have. Suppose I talk about loyalty. Loyalty could be measured at the individual level, loyalty could be measured at the institute level, loyalty could be measured at a higher level. So when we talk about these forms of variables that we have, there is a class of objects for which we have given names. And when we talk about, of course the first definition is quite too early probably. When we talk about theory development, see, when we come out with a model, something like this, I had one of the slides, 3 independent variables, 1 dependent variable. It simply is creating a theory development. What is the theory development that I am trying to do? There is a theory development which I am trying to explain that these are 3 variables which influence 1 dependent variable. So that is what is the theory development. So in PhD, depending upon what type of research that you do, if it is the kind of a quantitative study that we have, it could be theory development first, theory testing later. So if it is qualitative, probably you come out with theory generation and so depends upon what type of study that you have, you will have it. So in terms of the abstraction that we talk about, we give names to each of them which are around us, and that is where we will have one at the level of abstract. maybe in terms of the recovery, service recovery, loyalty, job performance. I cannot measure them directly. Satisfaction of an employee. So these need to be measured in an indirect way. Suppose the customer is satisfied. Now I am looking in terms of the behavioral aspects of the customer. Whether he is going to come back to the same outlet, whether he is going to communicate good about this particular outlet to 10 or whatever number of friends that he has, whether he is going to recommend and so on. So that is how we try to understand these nuances. So that's how I look in terms of the constructs at this particular point in time. And to just give an example, because being Indian, referring one of the Indian models in terms of service quality. In simple context, this is nothing but, what is this? Is it a model? Is it a theory? Yes, it's a theory of service quality, wherein Parshraman and others state that there are 5 independent variables which influences the dependent variable, which is of service quality. I think you would have seen it at some point in time. So basically the intent here is we have 5 independent variables and 1 dependent variable. Fine? Am I clear? Any clarification? Agree? Now, most important that we need to understand is conceptualization and operationalization. Now, what is being measured is nothing but conceptualization. I am measuring the loyalty of employees. I am measuring customer loyalty. I am measuring the customer satisfaction. So, we have a very clear concept which I cannot say directly because it is abstract. That's why we talk about latent variable, latent construct and so on. Hope I am making sense in what I am communicating to you. Any clarifications? Am I clear? So, when we talk about conceptualization, conceptualization is basically what is being measured. What are you measuring? Now, you may be measuring organizational performance, maybe in terms of HR, maybe in terms of firm performance in the case of a finance. Suppose if at all you would want to evaluate that particular component. So, what is being measured is nothing but conceptualization. How is it being measured is nothing but operationalization. It is very, very important they are in alignment. Let me give you a very simple example in our own daily life. Now, suppose I would want to measure an individual's weight. I will be using weighing machine. I cannot use a tape there because if at all I am using a tape, weights cannot be measured. Suppose if at all I am going to measure the height of an individual, I need tape. So we need to understand that there is a alignment between what is being measured and how it is being measured. A very simple thing that we do in our own daily life. Similarly, in the context of research, when we talk about what is being measured, because it is already the names are given. Now, I gave you a context in terms of we have been told from our childhood, this is table, this is chair, this is pen, and so on. That's the name that we have given to the surrounding. Similarly, when we talk about research, in research we find it very clear that the names of these particular concepts have been given by whom? The experts who already came out with this particular concept. Like service quality was taught by Parshraman, Bittner came out with service scale. You have different people who came out with their own seminal work, who point different constructs which probably have been abstract, and then they came out with large number of studies. Am I clear?
Yes.
So now, when we talk about what is being measured, it is basically the conceptualization, which means I should be in a position to understand what is being measured. Not only that, tomorrow when my work is being read, people should understand what is being measured. So that is where we look in terms of what is being measured is nothing but definitions, very specific definitions that we can talk about. I'm referring to the textbook definition. It could be general definition also. Doesn't mean that it has to be from the textbook. So it's basically that conceptual definition is nothing but a definition. Every concept that we have in management will have a definition, and that is where have a very clear understanding of what is being measured by definition. So when we have definitions, we understand what these constructs are. What these constructs are. So When we talk about job loyalty or maybe in terms of employee loyalty, whatever the concepts are, now are they synonyms? How is this particular concept different? Now we need to look at all this, and that is why conceptual definition to a larger extent brings us clarity when we read, and when others read also they will understand. So that is how we will have to look in terms of this. What do we mean by operational definition? Operational definition is how is that you are going to measure this particular concept. As I told you, I am interested in weighing an individual, I am going to use the weighing. Similarly, when I am referring to a particular construct, like I want to measure a dimension called as service quality. Now I will make use of probably Perstrom's 5 elements that in terms of rater that we have, and use this particular model. Now the question is, we have a concept, we have a operationalization, now they are in alignment. Now this is where, as researchers we need to understand. When we present our ideas in research forum, this is where most of the individuals fail. Because you will not be having an alignment between what you are going to measure and how it is being measured. And this is where in most of your initial research, your guide says, or even if it goes to the next level, they say they are not in alignment. You will not understand what exactly they are going to do. So this is where you try to understand that what is being measured and how is it being measured. Is it in alignment? If they are in alignment, half your work is done. I mean, yeah.
When I am operationally defining something, like for example, you talked about service quality and so person talked about 5 aspects of service quality. Can I choose for my research to include only 2 aspects that I am studying and then operationally define it that way? Like for purpose of my research, I will be looking at only these 2 characteristics of the total service quality measurements that this person has looked at.
Okay. Let me reframe the question so that I would like to make sure that I have understood it very clearly. Now, Perstrom's model has 5 elements and you would like to do it.
Yeah, suppose I am dividing some new thing, it says I can measure it with only 2.
Fine.
New scale.
You have any other measurement that talks about it?
No, I am not from that field. So I
Oh,
am
no.
just using the example that you.
Yeah.
Like for example, for us in our field, if adolescence is a period between say 12 and 19 years, then can I for my research use only adolescence between the age of 12 and 14 for some example and redefine that concept?
That's possible. That's very specific. I mean, adolescence could be between 10 and 19, whatever the period, but you would be redefining it to this particular. That's the scope of your study.
Yeah.
Here, when it comes to operationalization, it's possible in some of the context. Here, it cannot be possible as on this particular date. Conceptual I will talk about. Because service quality has been measured by one of the ways of Perstrom. There are other persons, Cronin and Taylor, who came out with this formats in the alternative. You can either use Perstrom's way or Cronin and Taylor. You cannot say that I will take 50% of this and then then the question is validity. Are you measuring it rightly? See, the moment you are missing out 3 elements out of 5 and you are only taking 2, the question is why did you take 2? So then it cannot be service quality. You may be measuring something else. Now what is that? You need to understand. So there are cases where we do. Now probably in the earlier studies, suppose let me say that service quality talks about tangibles. Say for example, tangibles are more critical, and most of the cases, tangibles is what is being seen by customers. So I will say that because the tangibles is a component which has been identified as most critical, I will be taking tangibles for my study among these 5. But I am not measuring service quality, but I will be using tangibles in my study using Perstrom's scale. Am I clear?
Yes.
That is how we will have to. It's like either you take it completely or you take selective, but you will have to look at justify what you are doing. Because can I have a chair with 3 legs? I broke it. So it's not usable. So that's a very similar case that we have, wherein we will have to look in terms of breaking one leg. It's not usable. I mean all the four legs. Suppose the chair, one leg is broken, it becomes unusable. So I normally look in terms of research in this context. It's easy to make sense because we can easily relate. Open clear. So that is how we will have to make it understandable, because what we are trying to measure should be measured in a very strict fashion as per the definition. If at all I take what I require, then it doesn't become systematic. There is a component of bias. That's why I started with this particular definition. Research is systematic. So when I talk about systematic, service quality has been measured with 5 variables. If at all I am going to measure service quality, I should use those. Or I will have to get a new definition. 2024, someone says service quality could be measured with 2 dimensions. Fine, I can use that. So with that, I can definitely. Fine? Okay. So let's look at a very simple illustration to make you aware. I will give you a few examples, but let me look at it. Now I just come out with this. What is the relationship between emotional intelligence and conventional academic performance? Now for me, it is nothing but what is the relationship between X and Y? Forget about the name that they have there. It's basically that you have 2 variables or 2 concepts or 2 concepts. I mean clear. Now my intent here is I am interested in identifying the relationship between X and Y, which means one will be dependent, one will be independent. Agree? Now what is dependent, what is independent? How do we identify? How do we identify what is independent, what is dependent?
Based on theory. Based on the existing theory.
Based on the understanding. See, based on what is known. How we know what is known? Literature. So we find that this is dependent variable, this is independent variable. So probably X leads to Y. There could be other school of thought Y leads to X. It's very interesting. I will come to that little later. It is not necessary that every time you have X leads to Y only. There could be a second school of thought which says Y leads to X. What do we do in that particular context? So, can I take both the strands? As a researcher, can I take both the strands?
Yes.
I can take only one strand. Either I will follow the school of thought which says X leads to Y, or Y leads to X. I cannot have my research using both school of thoughts. And this is where we will have to be very clear. Here, of course, I have given 1:1. The things become more complex when we have large number of variables. And this is something which we have to understand. So what do we do here? First, whenever we have a construct, we have the conceptual definitions. Have your definitions. Make a list of definitions of your constructs very clearly. So, variables in this particular case. Only 2. We have a conceptual definition, we have a variable, how it is going to be measured. Now what are the scenarios that we have as a researcher here? What is independent, what is dependent? Are there a single school of thought or are there multiple school of thoughts? Whether X is leading to Y or Y is leading to X. If both of them are existing, which should I take? Should I take X leads to Y? Should I take Y leads to X? That's the challenge. Second, when I look into the operationalization becomes most critical. Of course, both in terms of your conceptualization also. Conceptualization will give you the list of definitions. Basically, I will be referring to a number of definitions. I will stick to one. Again, I will be comfortable with one. In terms of the operationalization also, I cannot use different scales to measure. I will be using one measure. Suppose in this particular case, emotional intelligence is being used. Now there are 1 scales. Maybe you have n number of items, which is given by Mayer. And similarly academic performance, which is again given by another set of Now, academic performance could also be measured through a different context, through grades. So this is why, when you look into a particular scenario, your variables could be measured in multiple ways. And that is where, we as researchers bring in novelty. You have measured this particular variable using a particular way, using a particular operationalization, but I find this operationalization is not valid. I am looking into this variable in a new operationalization context. And that is where as researchers we bring value. Am I clear? Fine? Alright. So now let's look into the analysis. Yeah.
Just one clarification on previous. So you said we can measure both.
Yeah. Now I take your question. Yes.
Does emotional intelligence reach academic performance? Can we also say that academic performance leads to high emotional intelligence?
We'll have to look at and conduct research on both the sides. I don't know. I am not.
No, I'm saying we can do that. We
Yes.
can research both.
Yes. So, but to
But
do
not
that,
at one time.
you should have a context. Now that academic performance, the moment academic performance is quite higher, now you tend to look at certain characteristics which are related to EI. So there should be a theory which is linking. I will come to the theory aspect later. See, it is not just because of this particular variable X is leading to Y. Statistically, yes. You have a X variable, you have Y variable, you have connected them. X and Y are statistically significant. That may talk, maybe using different forms of tools that we have, depending upon numbers that we have. But what is most important is what binds this variable X and variable Y. Simple example. I draw a piece of pen or a piece of chalk, say for example here, it will fall. Now, when we look at this particular scenario, if you are not understanding what exactly is happening, now why is something which is falling down, then we are failing to understand the entire scenario. This is what is theory. So what makes your theory is basically, there are two things that we need to understand. One is we develop a theory in terms of set of variables of dependent and independent variables. That's one way that we look at it. So that's a theory development. I developed a theory which is based on my variables which I am interested to study. Second, I am interested in looking in terms of what connects these variables X and Y. Now in my example, it's a gravitational force. Now, if you are omitting that particular theory that something is being dropped, it falls. Yes, it is, but you need to understand why. And that is why theories in management we will use in terms of the psychological theories to a large extent. We talk about social exchange theory, we have number of theories that we have. So theory is basically linking those variables X and Y. Yes.
So like the independent variable that I had a question about, in this you cannot determine which is independent.
I think it should be EI is leading to academic performance to a large extent. Studies would have been done.
That is the general consensus.
But I would not deny that why it could not be that academic performance can lead to EI.
Largely it points towards what you have said, that the independent variable is determining this. But in many cases you cannot. And also like you said, in one example, gravity is something that is undisputed. Like we know that if you look up and down, it is going to fall. But in cases like this, when you are making a research, wherein there is the operational definition of it is not credible, like it is not exact.
No, not operational definition, it's a theory. See, when I connect EI to emotional intelligence to academic performance, I use one theory. Suppose I would like to make academic performance leading to EI, I may look at different theory.
So maybe we can just prove association and not cause and effect. That is what you're saying, right? As in they are associated as in one company.
When we talk about cause and effect or association, in simple words, I have to bring in a background why they are related.
Yes.
Whatever could be the relation, association, cause and effect, whatever. But for me, the interest is why is there an association? Why is there a cause and effect? If that fails, then we cannot understand.
One more question I have is, let's say you are trying to determine the measure academic performance. So the operational definition is given two examples. One is that and the other is test score. So that will depend on the object you want to achieve, right? But
See, here in this particular academic performance, there could be set of questions which are indirectly measuring your academic performance. Now, why can't you measure your academic performance by your grades? Maybe 10th standard, 12th standard, I'm looking at academic performance of an individual from that level also. So, that is why when you look at a particular study, a study could be done in a different way. Where one operational definition could be something like this. Though the study are trying to capture EI with academic performance, two different authors are trying to capture the same kind of variables, but in a different way. That's what I'm trying to put it forward. So in which case, operationalization has changed, not a conceptualization.
but operationalization has changed to suit your result.
It is not suiting my results. It is basically that I'm researching the connect in a different way. Now I find this scale is already used to a large extent. Enough validation has been formed. But I don't find that academic performance should be only captured this way. I will say academic performance, why don't we look at the grades, the percentages of an individual from 10, 12 and so on. That's fine. So you are mapping that particular score, whether it is increasing, declining. So that's why both of our research may be giving different results because of the methods that we have adopted. Am I clear? Fine, makes sense? This is very, very critical that we need to understand. Again, when we look at, as in the case of conceptualization and operationalization, unit of analysis, what is that we are capturing, what is that we are measuring? I am not saying how we are measuring, what is that we are measuring, which is an even conceptualization. Now we should have the concepts at one level. Now I am measuring customer loyalty. Customer loyalty is measured at individual level. You are a customer, I am measuring whether you are loyal or not. Employee loyalty, I can measure it at either individual level or I can measure it at a team level. So what would be the mode of your approach? Both of them can be done. So that is why, see, when we look at these statistical tools today, thankfully they are so advanced. But nevertheless, as of now, we can have not more than 2 levels. So do not have your variables at 3 different levels. You will not be able to solve them. At least remember that. So when we find this model that is defined, you collect different, you have allocated different variables. One is at individual level, one is at group level, the other one is at the organization level. You don't have tools which can measure your model. So at the maximum, you will have to bring it to 1 level or at the max 2 level. So what we do is we aggregate. Suppose I collect the data from the individuals. I aggregate it to the team level, or I collect it from the team level. I aggregate it to the organization level. From the organization level, I can aggregate it to the other level, corporate level. So those are possible. That is what we can find now. Most of our work that we are trying to do is multi-level. We look in terms of the multi-level. The intent is, studies are saturated at one level. When there is a stagnation at individual level, we would definitely look at multi-level. So that there are different levels of research that happens. And also in terms of it reduces the bias. Because at one level, one capture of data, we find that there is a bias. So that is why we capture data from different people for the same model. They may not be aware completely what the exact model is, but we give them the scenario, what the study is all about. So that is how we do. So unit of analysis, remember when you are having the conceptual definition, understand the conceptual definition will help you realize at what level those variables are. Whether the variables are at the individual level, whether it is at the group level or it is at the organization level. So this is where I stick very clear and ask my research scholars to understand definitions very clearly. If you understand your definitions clearly, alignment clearly, automatically that alignment comes with measurement as well as levels. So your research framework will be complete. You will not have any problem. Are you getting this? Any clarifications here? Alright. A selection of approaches, okay, that comes later. Now we talked about dependent and independent. Now we have what is known as intervening or mediating variable. Now this is something we are bringing in a third variable, and here they mediate the effect of independent variable on the dependent variable. Now if you can look at it, there is a direct relationship which we can find, but there is an indirect relationship that we get. So this is where we are referring to what is known as mediating variable or intervening variable. This is very, very important. Now we need to understand that when we look at the study in the absence of the mediating variable, the research is incomplete. And this is where I'll just give a very simple example. Now, if the students are studying for a given test, now their performance would be a dependent variable, similar to the academic performance. I took this particular case because of continued examples in terms of academic performance. So, academic performance here is going to be your dependent variable. Fine. So, what would be your independent variable? The kind of the preparation. So, here preparation is something that suppose if you can find that these are the students, they have studied and they have prepared so much hours. You measure the grades, academic performance. Somewhere you find that there are few students who have less number of preparation, but their academic grades are still better. Are you getting me? So, just say these examples. I have two tables, independent variables in terms of hours of study, 8 hours, 10 hours, 15 hours, 40 hours, whatever. But when I look at the academic performance is basically given in terms of the grades. Say for example, I find there is no direct relation. What is happening? So I find the results are not. Now this intervening or mediating variable is basically answering the question why. Why is this particular analysis not getting right? So which means we have a third variable which is actually between the independent and the dependent, which is nothing but probably the manner in which the ideas were being conveyed. It is not the amount of study that you did. It is also in terms of articulation of your idea which you had to do in this particular examination. Now if you had missed this, you will see that this person has only studied less number but his academic grades are good. So that is why mediating or intervening variables are the third variable which is introduced for the simple reason that we are trying to answer why this particular relationship holds. Am I clear? So this is something that you will have to understand, which is the third variable. Similarly, we have a third variable, what is known as moderating variable. I am just giving basics today. I am not giving too much here, but in the present context, you need to understand this. Intervening variables, moderating variables are coming to a large extent. So intervening variable, any question? Intervening variable is a third variable, which is commonly known as mediating variable, wherein the intent is there is an influence between this and this indirectly. There is an indirect measurement which will happen, and that is where we are making absent. We also have moderating variables. Now moderating variables are giving you boundary conditions as to when and under what conditions is actually the relationship holding true. Of course, the moderating variables is again a third variable that is introduced. But in a larger context, we will be bringing in. Now, when the age of a particular individual is so much, now you find a variation. So, when the age of an individual or when there could be a disparity between genders. So, men perceive something, women perceive different. So here moderating variable is again the third variable. However, moderating variables are telling you when something holds good. Under what conditions is this particular relationship holding good. Whereas in terms of the mediating variable, we understand why the relationship holds good. But it doesn't give us under what conditions. If you are referring under what conditions, you will link to the moderating. If you want to find the reason why, you will go for intervening. Am I clear?
So please speak once again.
Yeah. I'll start with the first one so that it becomes easier. See, we have variables at dependent and independent. Now when we talk about a third variable, the moment I bring in a third variable, now this becomes independent variable. The mediator becomes dependent variable. So here there is a relationship that will be swapped by this third variable. Wherein when I bring in this level independent, this becomes dependent. When you look at this way. When you look at this level, this becomes independent, this becomes dependent. So here is the third variable which is introduced for the whole intention is that we would want to understand why a phenomena exists. Why a phenomena exists, so which we want to understand. Yes.
Would you explain with an example?
I just give you one. I will come up with multiple examples later. I will. Yes. This is very simple.
Other than the terms, if you can explain the example, it will be easier.
Yes, I will. I have another example shortly.
So, what I understood from this was, it's like a social experiment. The intervening or mediating variable, where their understanding that A was where the amount of preparation students did to come to the dependent variable, that was the result. So, the mediating would be a social experiment that you're conducting to see whether that's how it becomes an independent variable. Is that way what it means?
It can be any variable. Any variable can be intervening variable, provided that will have some interplay in the context.
Correct. So, no, I mean like A independent variable, then individually preparing for this thing, and that result comes out in the dependent variable. Then there is an enforced thing where you are giving an organized study material. And that's another independent variable where you
Organization of thoughts that you are bringing in. See,
but you introduce that as
Yeah.
you are introduced as a social experiment.
it's not a social experiment. We are trying to capture it in some mechanism where how do you organize your thoughts when you write.
Okay.
It is again a third variable which is being measured by using some scales. Say for example, there is no social experiment in here. So one I am referring to the number of preparation. Second one I am referring to academic performance. Very simple. The third is how are you organizing your arguments, the thoughts that you have on the concept when you write, or when you maybe have a wine. So automatically the performance is not based on your preparation only, but it is also based on the kind of organization of arguments how you perform.
So it's more of a qualitative measurement.
It is a quantitative only.
Can I give a very simple example?
Yeah.
Students' performance is independent in competitive exam, dependent, plus you introduce coaching center,
Possible.
intervening.
Intervening. That could be another example. So coaching brings in additional value wherein they are trained. So while the performance Now both of them are going to the same school.
Yeah.
Okay, taking that example. Two students are going to the same school. But academic performance, if we talk about, X is better, I mean X is a student, Y is other student. Maybe because of the third variable, which is quotient. So it basically helps us to answer why.
So you could be asking this why even after finding your result. As in suppose you saw that the academic performance was related to the number of hours they studied, but there were outliers of two say who did not study at all and still they did well in the exam. Then you will ask the why.
Correct.
And then you will think, did they attend classes regularly? Let me go and check. So that can be that mediator.
Perfect. That's a perfect one. But you have missed us.
I have missed the bus already, means I didn't think about it before.
Yes. You should have thought about it initially.
But even if I didn't, I can report it as something that my research concluded after I looked up another variable like that. Suppose I didn't look at it.
You can, but see, this is the problem, this is the mistake that we do. Our results, our findings should be based on our results. And our suggestions should be based on the findings. Now, when you have not taken into account the coaching into your research, it doesn't become a finding of your study.
But it can come as an aha moment afterwards, no.
You can say that future studies can use this variable, which can have an impact. Because you not understand, this is a basic problem that most of the articles get rejected. Because you talk about something which you have not done. I'm not taking it that way, but that's a very simple. So we need to understand in advance, and if we don't talk about it. I will talk about it, scope for future study, yes. I will say yes, this is where future studies will look into the coaching centers as intervening variables. But I will not talk beyond that. Because my study I have not done it. Am I clear? Fine? So this is one. When we talk about here in terms of the moderating variable is also the third variable. But in this particular case, what we do, in the picture is missing. Now here, the relationship between this, in terms of, forget this is mediating, I am referring to moderating now. The moderating variable will be here, in between. Then we have something like this, and you have between these two. So the third variable will be between those two. I will have somewhere that picture, I will show you that, how it is moderating. So the moderating is basically, in terms of the boundary condition. Under what conditions is this relationship valid? Under what conditions this relationship holds? So that is where we refer to as moderating variable. So we need to, moderating variables to a large extent we have been using demographic information. It could be in terms of gender, age, education, whatever. So that's where we refer to, there is a chain between this, maybe in terms of usage of mobile phones. Now usage of mobile phones may be highly used by youngsters. So age could be a moderating variable that we look at it, because there is a very clear distinction in terms of how as the age increases, probably the usage of mobiles reduces. Just giving an example. So that is where, what is that we need to understand? Whether you want to answer why or you want to answer when. Very important we need. If you are interested in answering why, intervening. If at all you want to answer when, moderate. Am I clear? Can we have both? Why not?
Yes.
Let us make it more complex. This is one of our papers. This is one of our published papers. We have made it very complex. You look at variable here. It's a very highly complex model which we love working on. What is this? This is nothing but intervening or mediating variables that we have. These are moderators. So moderator is the third variable which is introduced here between the variables. This is a very complex mediating. It's what we call as a serial moderation. We have a serial, it's like a serial killer, it's a serial moderation that we have, where you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Each of them changing their roles. One becomes dependent, then it becomes independent, then dependent and independent network. That's the beauty of the system. Softwares are there. You can create any complex model that exists in your domain. Please do it. There is no problem with creating complex models. You will find solutions, you will find software. Not at all about it. But the question is, are you conceptually right? The most important critical question is, are we having a right model? That's where we spend a lot of time. Because there is no point in coming out with solutions tomorrow and say, oh, my model went wrong. So that is where we can have, this is a case of a intervening variable. This is a case of a moderator. We can have. Fine? So, yeah, any question? I talked about probably this paper.
So for our using the same example, competitive example, let's say we introduce 5 days of regulatory holidays. Can that be a moderator?
Yes.
5 days, then you also take 15 days. Different points of time in those studies.
Yes. That's a perfect example wherein it is not probably under what boundary condition that you have. If at all you are referring to when the performance increases, you may have two cohorts. One which is running 0 to 5, the second one could be 5 to 15. So the days here could be in terms of moderating. Under what conditions? When that the things are changing. Or maybe based on your previous education. So your previous education, you had schooling from the central board, state board education. It can be moderated. Right? So just look at what exactly you want to make an assessment. Then you can use either intervening or moderated. Things are very simple. So peace talk is very simple. So firstly, talk to yourself when you are doing a particular model, what exactly you want to find. Whether it is you are interested in why, whether you are interested in when. So the moment you understand why and when, what exactly is your interest, your clearance of moderating and intervening becomes clear. Yeah.
So can you explain in the earlier example how coaching institute is a intervening variable?
See, in terms of, because the coaching institute provided you with additional skills.
So then why can you be there? When you went to the coaching center, you need to, like how you use the phone. You're using it as a utility.
No,
I'm asking if a phone can be a well, moderating, if using a phone will be a moderating come under that definition. Why cannot coaching institute come under moderating variable?
I didn't get it.
He said that if a phone can be considered a moderating variable,
Phone.
a mobile phone, you
Okay.
have the utility to basically help you prepare or something like that.
I said age. Usage of mobile phone varies with age, which is nothing but
So that is
moderation.
dependent.
Moderation.
Right.
So usage of phones depends upon age.
So the
It
moderating
is not mediating one, it is moderation. So when the age varies, the usage changes. Moderation.
Can you give another example?
And let's go back to my example here. With these are variables, dependent. I mean independent variables. which are sub-component of this. So customer experience has an impact on loyalty. Now when we talk about customer experience, we can capture customer experience using this model. There are two other models. We are using this. Yeah.
Customer experience, second order customer.
It's a second order customer. So we will try all first order and second order. So when we look at it under the first order, both are, all of them are reflective and formative. It's a complex reflective and formative that we have. Which we find. So in this particular case that we are referring to whether brand equity will have an impact on loyalty. So the customer experience will have a direct impact with loyalty. Indirect impact through branding. Or combined impact with brand equity and satisfaction. Both put together. That's why I know 1, 2, 3, 4. Serial negation. Or with satisfaction with loyalty. Depends upon the structure.
So, moderating factors are more to do with particular personal things. Like what has been that experience or very
Moderation is basically we are using demographics. Basically, we want to identify what is the boundary condition. What is the boundary condition? Now, when will this particular model fail? Under what context? So, when the age of a particular individual increases, there is a different behavior that I can find when the age of a gender probably. So, that is when we are referring, we introduce here complexity with moderators. But the same model. So here we are referring in terms of when as well as where.
So that is a group indicator. A group indicator. Moderating variable would be a group indicator.
No, see, we have not taken moderation in combination. We have taken age separately, gender separately, and so on. There is no moderator combined effect. Age-wise, we have taken
Yeah,
separately.
so they are all separate moderating variables.
Yeah.
So I am saying in that case, the 5 days gap that he said would be a mediating variable or a moderating variable, right? The gap between exams and the result that it provides, that would be an intervening variable rather than a moderating one. Wouldn't it?
I felt he is referring to the preparation time.
No, you were saying
preparing the holidays.
Reflect the holiday. Preparation time.
So that is a intervening.
The number of
but that would be intervening.
Yeah, it is intervening in that particular case.
It's not moderating.
Moderating. But time frame also in some of the cases we do. I mean, moderation normally we have here, but time has been considered.
Right. As per the policy of an institution giving that much time, that you get a demographic or a moderating variable. But if you are like otherwise you are seeing it in a, I know it's a quantitative thing, it's also a qualitative thing.
No, it's quantitative only, literally. See, we capture what is the number of days. Suppose it's 5 days, 10 days, and so on. That's a time period. Time period can be looked at it because it has an influence. Ideally, when we look at the time period, probably intervening would be more appropriate in that particular case. I do agree on that. Education of an individual probably could be a market.
That's fair.
Probably in a larger picture when we look at it. But that is also, if you can identify whether it has in combination, we may. I don't know.
But that would be a long shot. To justify that would be a long shot in that.
Because we are being comfortable with moderators using all these demographic variables. People are using, I am not thinking, control variables probably tomorrow. So controlling on those things will have to look at. That is why we bring in control variables and automatically that distinction wherein we have this confusion where sometimes we have this intervening and moderating in this particular case. I would control that using the third variable. These are completely controlled. There is no difference. So otherwise, how do we bring in that differences between preparation time? That's where I bring in a larger. I don't want to bring that variable today. I bring it tomorrow. Good question.
So, when you
check these are mostly categorical moderation. Most of the results comes non-significant. What the main reasons?
See, whether it is significant or not significant, we will report as it is.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Because research paper, most of the whenever we run the categorical moderation on two continuous variables, that time it mostly shows it non-significant. Whether it is age, gender, any
That's a sample that you are studying.
sample.
So you cannot do anything about it. You can just report that it is insignificant.
Insignificant. We can report it as
Yeah.
rather than removing
No. You have to report that it is insignificant. Why you can still find the justification, but it is insignificant. The moment it is insignificant, we do not want to find why. Only when that is significant, we will try to probably look at why that particular relation.
yes.
In that context, people don't fill in questionnaires very with full dedication, so they just fill.
Can you repeat clarify what he asked first order and second order what?
First order and second order. First order, consider. See, when we talk about variables can be at different levels. First order, second order. See, when we talk about this is a variable. However, for this, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 variables. We call it as subconstructs. But when you look at this as a construct, as such, this is level 1 and this is level 2. So when the variables are normally, at some variables can be at level 1. This is a level 1 variable when brand equity is given by 5 items. So brand equity here is given by 5 items, which is level 1 we talk about. Whereas here, customer experience, if at all you had 4, 4, 8, 11, 16, 17. Suppose I have 17 statements directly to this, without this. Then it would have been first order. But here what we have done, we have identified that customer experience is having subconstructs, level 1 and level 2. That's what he was trying to explain, which is fine. I mean, I didn't want to bring in that at this level if you want, but that's right. Second is what I can explain here is when we talk about variables, we talk about two things. One is reflective and formative. Now I think I will have a session maybe tomorrow, but anyway, see, reflective and formative are the two ways of your statements, I guess. When you look at this particular model, you could see that the brand equity, you could see that satisfaction and loyalty are all reflective models. Reflective means from the construct, the items are emerging out reflective. From the construct, the items are emerging out, we call it as reflective. Here in this particular case, the items are converging. So that is where we have two forms of constructs. Now in the case of reflective, if one of the item is deleted, the meaning of the variable doesn't change. That's where but in the formative is where it is converging. Each one of them are giving you a different meaning of that particular variable, and we do not want to delete any of the items. And statistically we will do this. So we need to understand what type of variable that we have. Do we have a variable which is formative? Do we have a variable which is reflective? Based on which our validities of the studies will matter in terms of the convergent validity and the discriminant validity that we do. Because formative demands global ID, which you have to do well in advance. Because once you collect the data, then you cannot go back. So that is where that's at a slightly higher level, which is required, which I can talk about maybe when we talk about papers. So when what I will not be touching upon just remind me tomorrow. I will use either this paper or the other paper so that I can give you how and what, if at all else. Fine? Alright. From the context of research approaches, we do have lots of topics. Yeah, from the point of research approaches or methodology, I will cut short here. I will be very specific in terms of what is required to be discussed. I will give you the slides, you can go through them. See, when we do the research can be qualitative, it can be quantitative, or it can be mixed methods. Now, what is important is we need to understand that each of these methodologies or approaches are important for us to understand. Now, when we look at this particular quantitative and qualitative as an approach, qualitative would be on one side, quantitative is on the other side of a continuum that we have. Whereas mixed method will be at the middle of it. It is not bipolar or two diverse, but it is a continuum that we have. When we find this particular research methodology that we have in terms of approaches, now we will look into basically aspects, something like this. I will give you talk about this. It talks about the entire method. I am not cutting short on any of the contents, but I am skipping the slides. But you can always, if you want additional information, I will go back to the slide and give you. Now, what is important for us is we need to understand that there are research approaches, which is in terms of quantitative, qualitative, mixed method. And based on this, our research methods are based. Now, you need to identify that there are philosophies that we use in terms of world views that we have. Now, you will have now, in terms of this world philosophy that we have, these philosophies are, I'm not saying that you need to understand them completely, but you need to know that there's a philosophy. And why? Because your research approaches are based on those philosophies. That's the reason I'll spend some time here. That's the reason I wanted this research fundamental in the first session and then move on to the research page, so that the transition becomes smooth. Alright, so what do you know about quantitative, qualitative? What is quantitative, what is qualitative? Let's probably discuss.
Quantitative is something that can be measured.
Qualitative is more descriptive. Descriptive, you don't put a number.
Okay. Alright.
And the reliability of quantitative is considered to be more basic.
Nothing like that. I don't know. I understood. Your level of understanding is not that, so I will explain. Nothing wrong with that. We were in the same boat at some point. Now, qualitative, quantitative, and mixed methods are approaches that we can have. Now, why do we use this selection? We use this based on the philosophical assumptions. I am comfortable with one assumption of philosophy. And the moment I use the philosophy, I have the research approach. Maybe in terms of the research design, process of inquiry that we can find, I am comfortable with collection of data. I am happy with terms of survey mechanism. Again, your research approaches could be based on any of them, nothing wrong. You are comfortable with data collection, you are comfortable with one philosophy which you know, and you feel that you are strong enough, and you advocate that particular philosophy. Your research approaches could be based on any one of them. So these are the reasons why the decisions are based. So for these reasons, I would like you to understand that there is a research philosophy which we have. And this research philosophy is basically, we have a system with certain assumptions and beliefs, and this is where you have the belief and assumptions which will be leading to research philosophies, and the research philosophies leading to research philosophy. And that's very important. So we will stick to here. Alignment, again, as we discussed in terms of the alignment of your operationalization and conceptualization, you should have a very clear understanding of research philosophies and research design. So my focus now is going to be here. Am I clear? So research. This is what we are actually using. So this is research onion. Outer part is a philosophy. Oh, okay. Outer part is the philosophy that I am going to discuss now. And then, based on this approach to theory of development that you have, and then the methodological choice, either you are going to have single, which is mono, or multi that we can have. So, in that sense, you have one layer after the other. Then we have strategies for the data collection that we have, time horizon, either single or longitudinal that you may look at. Finally, the data collection analysis. So I will be touching upon and telling you that this is what I am trying to focus. So let me give you an overview of philosophies, and then we look at terms of research design. And I always advocate one section in your research proposal should have. If you are starting your research, kindly make a note of this, that one section in your research proposal should highlight what research philosophy that you are using. We understand it, but people who do not understand the research philosophy, just write a couple of lines what exactly post-positivism is what I am using. So I am using this. Why? Automatically, the moment I look at post-positivism, I understand the entire what methodology that you are going to study and so on. But for a person who is not, probably just write few lines. This is very important. Alright, so let me quickly go through those four worldviews. Post-positivist talks about there is an objective truth out there. It says there is an objective truth there, and there is a cause and an effect. This particular philosophy advocates determination of effects, and definitely there are some causes. So there is a truth which is there, which I am trying to examine, and I would be interested in identifying the cause and effect. Now here, when we talk about this post-positivism, there are multiple names which are given which mean the same. That's another thing that we can find. Post-positivist, positivist, post-positivist research, empirical science, post-positivism, all mean the same. Because empirical science, because this is also used in the truth is out there, you would want to examine this. Even this applies even to the science. There is a cause, there is an effect. So in this particular case, what we will do, we will be using the existing theory. We come out with hypothesis. We hypothesize based on the theory. We observe, which could be based on the data collection that we do, and then we go for confirmation. Just understand this, post-positivism. So when we look at post-positivism, it says the objective truth is there, and I am interested in finding that particular truth. How do I find that particular truth? There are existing theories which are already known. So I will be based my research based on the existing theory, and then I hypothesize, come out with relationship based on the existing literature. I collect the data and then come out with confirmation or disconfirmation. That's how it is in terms of post-positivism. Then there came second school of thought, which is completely opposite to the post-positivist, which is constructivist or social constructivist. They said objective truth that we talk about. Now, they do not search for objective truth, which is lying there. They say that there is everything which is constructed fundamentally in the minds of people. So look at the change of the school of thought. The first post-positivist said objective truth is out there. Here in this constructivist they said things are in people's mind, which means you need to interact with those people. You need to get those things out of those people as to what and how they are giving meanings to their surroundings. And that is where this school of thought, which makes use of different mechanisms of inquiry and understand. So here you start with observations, identify the patterns of people's acknowledging certain aspects which are common, and then you come out with theory development. Are you looking at it? So here, if you want to compare these two, one talks about deductive, the other talks about inductive. You just need to know this, automatically things will fall in place. Now, you could look at these two. Deductive, you start with existing theories, hypothesis, observation, confirmations. Whereas in the other case, observations, patterns, theory development. Yes? Let us make it still simple. We find that there is something which is in common, is theory. Either you start with theories or you are giving theory. Look at this. You are starting with the theory or leading to a theory. So let us make it simplified. Theories is what we have. Agreed? So theories, we formulate hypotheses, come out with observations, confirm, disconfirmation, which we call it as deduction. Whereas observations, generalizations and creating theories is nothing but induction. Which means, yeah. Which means deduction is nothing but post-positivism. There is an objective truth out there and I am going to prove it. positivism, which is nothing but quantitative. Very simple. Post-positivism is directly related to quantitative. Because you are looking in terms of there is that truth. I have theories existing. I am using it.
Can you give a real life example explaining this just to make it
I will. Let me explain the theory. The theory is, if you can explain, you can come out with this. In terms of observations, we start with observations, which is nothing but the constructive truth is not there, but it is in the mind of the people. So I go to people. I try to understand how is that you are giving this meaning to this particular variable. I interact with you. I understand your association to that particular variable. I generalize, this person is giving this meaning, the other person is also looking at the same variable in this way.
Small patterns to keep it.
Yeah. Give me 2 minutes, can I come back?
Yes.
Okay. So, we will probably look at this in understanding from the mind of the people. And finally, you are developing theories, which means it is induction. In the other side, it is going to be qualitative. I will explain with examples. Yeah, I will explain with examples after the break, or you want me to bring it up different? Okay. Is it making sense now?
Yes.
Can you please tell me that?
Coming to more philosophy, then it will be interesting.
Thank you.
which has to be drawn. People are understanding that
Because in both, this is very different.
no, I could rewrite that.
आमचे प्रोविजन बरें जाल्लें बसपाचें आनी कित्याक जाल्यार हें जाता आमी रेड्यार हाडून गेल्लो किंवा एक्झाम
ना पण मी सांगतो
tell them to pull out their licenses, something like that. And just consider of the
Alright, so what we were discussing is an alignment of research design in terms of philosophy. I just come out with two research philosophies in terms of post-positivism and social constructivist. So that's where we stop. And constructivist, social constructivist. That's fine. Here on these two philosophies make sense in terms of quantitative, qualitative. So the moment I say I advocate post-positivism, quantitative is my research design. And when I say I am constructivist, qualitative is my research design. Simple. Fine? Alright, so let's move on to the third one. The third philosophy that came into existence is transformative. Now, when we look at the second philosophy, which was in terms of the constructivist, they came out with understanding that things are in the people's mind. That is when people look at people started looking at people's mind. But transformative worldview is something like people wanted to study that there are people who are marginalized, people who are suppressed, people who are slightly different, and you would want to understand them. It could also be in terms of religious studies, it could be in terms of LGBT, whatever that we could find. So you are looking in terms of all those which would be in terms of a transformative worldview. Basically that there has been some suppression which has been done. It could be political agenda change, whatever that we can find. So there came third set of people who said, no, we need to work on these marginalized people. And this is the third philosophy that we call it as a transformative worldview. So we have positivism, constructivist and transformative worldview. And here, in this particular case, I will take the last two theories together. So that's a transformative worldview. The fourth view is in terms of pragmatic worldview. These set of people who came up with the philosophy that the truth that exists, we don't value. What may be accepted, what may be true, may not be true. And what might have been seen as a effect and a cause need not be the same at this particular point. And that is when they started looking in terms of different things. Even though something has been already established, they would wanted to reconfirm in a different models and methods. And that is what is a pragmatic world. So putting together all these four in this particular context, post-positivism, constructivism, transformative, should have in terms of the pragmatic that we have. So in this particular case that we have pragmatic, so that come on to the last one. So in this particular case, so these are the four things that we have. Now when we talked about the transformative talked about marginalized people, which means you will have to go to people. The research design here would be quantitative or qualitative?
Qualitative, because you need to interact with
You have to interact with people, it will be qualitative, fine? making sense? So you are trying to examine, oh, I find that is a marginalized community, I find that this is not, they are suppressed. So you need to interact with it. It is very similar to the constructivist, but they are marginalized. That's the reason your transformative is an extension of constructivism. So your approach, the research approach would be qualitative. Am I clear? Pragmatism. I am not accepting what is true. It may be true. It may be true at a given context. But I would like to examine, re-examine. Which means it is more in terms of the practice oriented and challenging and re-examining, which means it's a combination of qualitative and quantitative put together, which we call it as mixed method. So the moment we talk about the last category of school of thought, it is nothing but mixed method. So you are doing things in a different manner, you are exploring, you are understanding things and so on. That's all in the philosophy. So based on this is where we have the approaches should be in line with philosophy. I mean, that's what I'm trying to make you aware. If you have any questions, please.
So when you mentioned the mediated variables and moderated variables, are any of those philosophies, like those methods, exclusive to one of those philosophies, or it's used also?
Mediation and moderation is basically used in quantitative.
Okay, qualitative would be neither.
Qualitative would be in terms of creating theory. You would be advocating your own theory. Suppose I would be interested in identifying, quantitative, in simple example. We talked about some of the concepts this morning. We talked about customer loyalty, we talked about service quality. Now where were these concepts? Where were these concepts? Did they exist? They didn't exist. We made their existence at some point in time, relating to what we discussed, so that it becomes easy. Now, how did we make them exist? We had to understand what is in the minds of the people. What does service quality mean to you? What does service quality mean to him? What does service quality mean to her? Which means when we talk about today, we are doing quantitative study on service quality because items are very clearly identified, we have scales available. But it evolved from where?
So it was a definition without the name, the conceptual name.
Name was given. Quality, bringing back to that particular level, quality was identified in products. It was extended to services. But product quality was known, service quality was not known. So you had to understand from the minds of the people, which means every construct that came into existence had a base from qualitative only. Today you may be working on quantitative because they are well established constructs. Are you clear? Are you getting me? So you look at any construct that came into existence, you will see focus studies are done, interviews are done. Why? You are trying to identify how does a person provide meaning to that particular construct, which means qualitative. You came out with a construct and then you give a name. Then people are using this particular construct. Then it is not going to be qualitative unless otherwise they want to bring in a change. Are you getting me? So that is why all the constructs that are now what we are researching quantitative. Had its basis from qualitative studies only. You look at any paper, basically focus group is what they start. I mean, service quality per Sharman, 1998, I think 88. You will see that focus group is what would have done, Bickner would have done the same. Whatever concept that you can find in any management level when they have point, there will be focus group. And focus group is easy nowadays. I would advocate you to go on from quantitative to qualitative. Focus group is easy now because we can make use of technology. I can share my own experiences. We did this for one of, my PhD is over. I experimented on my PhD scholars. So we did focus group with experts. Make use of online. It captures the verbatim what people speak. So easy. You don't have to write, record what people speak and so on. Earlier, people were hesitating qualitative because people will have to sit and record verbatim. Now, your entire text, what person speaks, will be recorded. Of course, you have to take their permission. You get the text completely, copy paste, just read those. No? You understand what meaning people are giving for a particular variable. So I find things are much better now. That's not qualitative. I am not saying that you shouldn't. I advocate, and Indian context, of course, we have been used to quantitative, but qualitative is actually good. Foreign countries, when we look at some of the premium institutions, they give more value for qualitative studies because that comes directly from the mind of the people, and your contributions are much higher because you are generating and developing a theory. Whereas quantitative is only you are testing a theory which is already existing and saying this is true, this is not true. So that is where I would. Any questions there, please? Yeah.
So in focus groups, how do you make sure that the data can be replicated or the assessment is replicated? For example, one focus group may give you a particular answer, another may give you a different answer. Like you may conclude differently. How do you make sure that when you do it in a way that you get replication?
I understand your question. Now when we do a focus group is done with set of numbers, maybe 6, maximum is 12, if you want the lesser the better. We have taken, I think, moderate numbers in our experiments. When we find that, focus group 1, focus group 2, we may have n number of focus groups with different participants. When we find that, there are new things coming up, we are happy with it. But when we find that, after about 8th focus group, 9th focus group, people are, talking the same thing, we have identified saturation, we stop.
So you keep doing it and feedback.
You have to reach saturation. That's why it's a tedious one. You need to identify that kind of background because the set of background people should be existing. You should have that pool of people. So that's that. Fine? Alright, so what is that we understand now? Clear with this?
Okay.
So I will move on. Of course, in each of them you have again different aspects in terms of research design that we talked about here. So we have philosophy, research approach. The moment I say quantitative will have number of, qualitative will have number of, mixed methods, again will have number of them, which will be having. This is a book from Criswell. I'm sorry, the contents are not. First, I was referring to Saunders, which is a good book. This is from Criswell. And share the books. You can have a copy of them. You can read them. May not be on the public platform, but maybe at the English level, I could share this. I have e-books of each of them. So here again, the moment you say quantitative, there are different mechanisms of capturing. You can select them based on your convenience, your approach. methods again you have number of them. So you find multiple. So if you find, I mean again let me just take 2 minutes. If you find that you would want to go for a mixed method, go for it. But mixed method, don't do mixed method just for the sake of doing it. I find, not my research scholar, but I could find some of the research scholars who of late have been, using this fancy term, mine is a mixed method. I asked a very simple question, why mixed method? They don't have an answer. Now the question is, why mixed method if you are not having an answer? What is the point in having mixed method? So mixed method is required at some level which you want to, but they say I would want to, I completed quantitative, now I would want to look at qualitative. Fine, if there is something which you have to introspect, probably then you can do. Otherwise there is no point. I mean, you are going back to the same sample. You are going back to the same people and asking, what is that? You already captured. So have mixed method, there are good books coming up. So look at, if you want to go for mixed method, look at those mixed method books. Then if you are convinced, go for it. Otherwise, go. There are different approaches coming in mixed methods also, convergent, exploratory, explanatory and so on. It's easy. I mean, I don't say not to do it. It's good if you can do it.
Very often when they ask us on Amazon and all for our surveys, how did you rate the site for them? Then they ask you to qualify it with what did you not like or what did you not improve. That remains an open-ended question where you have to type in a short answer. But the rating scale before that is a quantitative measure. So that is like a mixed method used, or is it just one qualitative question?
No, I would not see what happens is it could be that they are trying to examine whether they are able to capture the minds of the people. Now, say for example, I understand a customer is happy when A, B, C, D, when the product reaches safely, it reaches on time. I'm just giving an example. I don't know what else makes him happy. So when I have a structured question, that is the limitation that we have, because we know from the context what is available. Now that could be something which is available from the mind of the people. You are trying to look at those options. Maybe those will be your options in the future tomorrow. It's not a mixed method. I wouldn't say it as a mixed method. You are trying to explore sin, trying to get meanings of happiness. Just an example. Mixed method is, I have a research question for which, if at all I need to find a solution, I need to have two approaches. Quantitative, qualitative, qualitative, quantitative. That's where exploratory and explanatory. Exploratory is you are having qualitative first, explore, and then quantitative, sequential. Exploratory, qualitative is exploring, qualitative first and quantitative later. The other one is ulta, explanatory. You are explaining the relationship with quantitative. Then move on with qualitative. First quant, then qualitative. Convergent is, you are merging both. Quantitative and qualitative is done at the same time period.
So could you give an example of explanatory sequential?
Again, it depends upon research problems that we could have. Again, understanding of, that's what I'm telling you, you will have to find very clearly why. I mean, just by some examples may not be that evident.
So in explanatory sequential, you said first, they provide the quantitative.
Yes, explanatory. You are explaining the relationships.
And you are providing the data support. So then where does the qualitative part come?
You are going back to the customer or whatever is that and trying to understand their minds. You have a model with variables. You collect data from the items, do the statistical analysis, which is explaining the relationship that exists.
Okay.
Then you move on with qualitative. That's what I'm telling you. People are misusing this. I find a misfit of, in larger section people are saying explanatory sequential, wherein I don't find it. I have not found a case till now where I could understand where people
If I
have.
could, I give you an analogy.
Yeah.
So let's say if I want to find out about a certain product and I do the statistical analysis by collecting the data on an e-commerce website. I find it like so and so is there. I look at the demographics and accordingly I make a connection between X and is to Y. So now I want to go further. So that is established already. Now beyond that, whatever I'm collecting, that is the qualitative.
Yes.
So I have to establish that, and then the more like further
Yes.
I want to learn about it.
Yes.
Like she had said was where you are giving the extra option of if not these three things that satisfy you, what is the fourth thing?
Yeah, probably that could be slightly an advancement of understanding whether people are looking at it. You can re-examine. See, suppose I identify my quantitative as a happiness is because of A, B, C, D. Already established. Now I will explore what else. So that, okay, probably that could be a value addition to my study.
So that is used to strengthen your argument further.
Yes. So that could be done in terms of, for that case, they are trying to make qualitative into quantitative. So the next question.
Okay. So is it possible for you to use explanatory sequential to identify the mediating variable?
Come in.
So you are using the explanatory sequential.
Explanatory, quantitative.
Yeah.
Okay.
To identify the mediating variable.
Approaches has nothing to do with it. See, there are two things that we need to understand. One, variables.
Yes.
Variable by itself is to be used based on the relationship that exists. I cannot bring in something which is not existing.
No, but this is like you don't know whether that is something that is connecting the two. Like I think there's a question earlier where what if you completed your research and then there's an aha moment you find that out and then you add it. So let's say you're using that to make sure that you take all the variables into your research.
Correct.
So that can be used to further.
So that is what I said. If it only is something you have missed, don't give it as something you are suggesting, because you cannot suggest you have not any analysis. But you can say that this variable can be a scope for further study, because why this particular variable, when we miss out, can have an impact in my study. That I can tell.
Correct.
That's all I can tell.
No, that I agree. So I'm not saying that after the research, but this could be a preparative, like before producing the research to identify that you're not missing out on anything.
Correct.
So you can use this method
Yes.
to identify that.
You can do that. That I would suggest research which I will come to that.
Okay.
So that will probably give you the complete journey. So here I am just trying to bring in the fundamentals with theory of different terminology that we use. But research which is something that establishes your entire journey of research. So that's how I look at it. Anyway. Alright? That's how I'm not worked with mixed methods yet because I didn't find a relevant question to be used for mixed methods. But I would definitely be happy to use. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't. Again, is what we spoke about some context. So what we have discussed here is in terms of research philosophy. The moment we talk about positivism, there are so many. I have discussed very few of philosophies. You can always look at number of philosophies because the more research philosophy is, it's quite confusing. I find the Criswell's way of looking in terms of four, to a large extent you fit somewhere. So that's where I am comfortable with Criswell because it's too theoretical that we can find. In terms of deduction, that we can find deduction, induction. Intermediate is what is called as abduction. That's a maximum combination of something that we do. Very few research works have done. I'm not very sure to what extent that they do, but I normally find it in terms of induction and deduction that we talked about quantitative and qualitative. Deduction in terms of quantitative, induction in terms of qualitative. Then we had different approaches in terms of data collection, multiple, single, and so on. So that's where you can find again an approach. This is more in terms of other methods, experiment surveys, and so on. Cross-sectional is one time, longitudinal is more than one time. That is why you find the studies. Suppose you would want to look at the loyalty of an individual. So behavioral loyalty, loyalty of an employee. Now you may ask him whether he is going to stay in this organization for next 1 year. Today he may say yes. But if at all you capture it after some days, you can find it. That's longitudinal. That's how we can always look at multiple phases. So that's well, but most of our studies are cross-sectional to a large extent. So, try to understand what is relevant to you, and if you try to understand everything, you will be nowhere. So just look at this. Again is important. Understand this component, philosophy, kind of approach, theory, deduction. But look at what is applicable to you. Just stick to it. That will be easiest to do. Fine. So what I wanted to convey here is this is fine. Any clarification, because this essence is required for me. I spoke about variable in the first things, different forms, intermediate, moderating, and so on. Alignment, disalignment is important. Next, I will go to the other component which I find most of the people make mistake. A. I gave an example in the morning that when I drop something, you can see cause and effect. But what is connecting that? It's a cause and effect. I drop something falls, it falls on the ground. It's a cause and effect. It's a very simple, one is independent, one is dependent. Whatever that you talk about. But what is important is, you are trying to establish that, this is happening because of gravitation. Now, let's take a very simple example. If you go home and you find that, when you switch on the light, you are expecting the light to switch on, but nothing happens. What could be the options? Bulb is not working, there may not be electricity power available. Switch may be having a problem. See, look at it. See, this is where you are looking in terms of one possible thing, but there are multiple possibilities. Bulb may be not working. You might not have pressed it hard with the level because you have been using it. It's a very hard switch. You have done some jugaad. You might not have paid the electricity bill also for giving it. They are the highest. Now, coming to this, highest possibility could be based on a previous statement, which means your own patterns. I always forget to pay my bills. Or there is always some form of extra electricity that burns that bulb. So you know from the past what is actually happening. Correct? Similarly is a case of theory that we talk about in our variables. Now I say x and y are related. Fine. But x and y are related how? Now this is most important for me. I said, okay, I looked at this particular problem. I don't have a model here. So you could see that there was serial mediation in the model which I showed, and then there was all those variables. Now, if at all I don't establish a theory which says brand loyalty and customer experience is connected by something. Variable fine, but what is the theory? What is the connect that we have? Now, a very simple example. A human behavior. A person suddenly slapped the guy who is sitting in front of him. Now he became angry. Now what are the causes? Now causes could be, he could be moody, he had something that he received. Now that could be multiple. So we, in such a simple case, we could find multiple causes or connects that we can find. Similarly is the case of our relationship that we have established between the variables. You just cannot say that x and y, one is dependent, other one is independent, and there is a relationship statistically significant. Fine, people talk about statistics, forget. What is concerned is whether statistically significant, what is the confidence interval, all that we talk about. That's important. I don't deny that because you are going to talk about statistics tomorrow, which of course I don't deny that. But what is important is, in our research, no one talks about statistics. What is your contribution to the society at large? Now, what is that you identified, and what is the contribution that is given to the society, which is not statistics, but which is the finding in itself. So this is where I wanted to focus, because we normally tend to focus more in terms of statistics, we tend to focus more in terms of all those. Important, because if relationship doesn't exist, your complete analysis goes. I do it. But this is where theory is important, and that is where, coming back to my discussion in the morning, you should understand at what level is your variable. If your variable is at individual level, you should use theories which are at individual level only. There are theories, I will also give that books to you. There are 2 volumes. You can read those theories. Again, very boring to read. But we need to read them, because if we can understand those theories, we can use and apply them. But there are ways. Initially we find it difficult, but they are interesting. If you can read them on a continuous period of time, every day one theory, it will stay. It can be applied. So that is how you could use it. But if at all you are just reading them, those are experiments, those are social experiments actually. What we are talking about these theories now have been social experiments. And that will actually help us. So, if my variable that I talked about in the morning, which was customer experience is at the individual level. Brand equity is again I am measuring at the individual level. So, which means I should use a theory which is at that individual level only. So, what theory I will use? I will have used some theory that I will talk about it maybe tomorrow. So, there is a theory which we talk about individually. Suppose I use organization level concept. Automatically, I will use a theory which is at that level. So, I would just stop at this foundation today, because when we talk about writing papers tomorrow, I will stretch and speak on that widely tomorrow. So, that's where I just want to give you this introduction, because theory is something that we have. So, that's the reason if you look at it, theory that we have, these definitions are there. And we can skip that. And the other thing that I would want to bring to your notice is 2 terminologies: propositions and hypothesis. We normally are comfortable using this particular term as hypothesis, but what is propositions? Propositions are those which are, not empirically, you are not testing them. When you are empirically testing them, it becomes hypothesis. When you are making a statement, but you are not empirically testing, we call it proposition. This distinction should be there, because I have made a mistake. In one of my papers, I found I made a mistake. I am not aware at that point in time. People don't tell this, and this is when I make it a point that this need to be told. Because I don't hypothesis, I don't know. Reviewers also accept it.
So you can say that proposition is a hypothesis before adding anything.
Yes. So it is a statement wherein you are establishing a relation which can be tested, but you are not testing it. You are saying that x is your independent variable, y is your dependent variable. There is the association. But you are stopping at that point in time itself. You want this to be tested by someone else, or in your paper you are stopping it. We don't call it a hypothesis, We will call it as propositions.
Proposition or in your future scope of study.
No, proposition will be in your literature review section because what you are trying to convey is based on your model. Either you test it or someone else will test it. It cannot be future scope. Open clear. See, I have a model. I have variables which have been brought into the model. I have an option to test them or I will ask someone else to test them. Makes sense? That is where we find this systematic review, integrative review, all that why it has come. It's basically giving you a model. They are not testing it, but they would want someone else to test it, which is very good.
So with your proposition, you can have your finding by making propositions, and it can be refuted by other people who.
Yes. I am conceptually providing explanation as to X and Y are having relation, but I am not testing them. I stop at that level.
So it's that even that would be like valid, like
Yeah.
the full research and assumption.
Perfect. They are highly credited. I mean, there are journals which publish only reviews, integrative reviews. I would suggest that. If you are struggling to find a good research problem for your own research, look at an integrative review which you have in your own domain. There are journals which are available. Nothing wrong. See, don't be shy that you have to find your own research problem. No one says that. It's a false that my research, I should come out with research problem. Nothing like that. See, again, you are going to refer to the literature. If someone else is already telling you there is a gap, take it up. We had from one integrative research, one integrative framework, I had two of my research scholars who have completed my PhD. Their PhD. I'm still working on the same framework with another framework combined for the third scholar. Nothing wrong with that. But you have to cite. You have to give the credit that this is where it has been identified. Nothing wrong. Integrative research, have you seen? Not yet. Okay, I will probably discuss it during the literature. Just pinpoint. So that is what I just wanted to convey. This is Saunders, is one of the good books which I can give you. Other one was Criswell. I think I have not given the references. Those are the two. Because I can't remember which books I could share with you. So that's why I can tell you. Fine, so let's have any questions here? How much time do you have, madam? Okay, we can take some questions if you have. Yeah. Anything that you want me to explain? Because the next session will start at what time, madam? 1:45? Next session?
Yeah, the session after lunch.
Okay. Because I think I'll take the research pitch at one go rather than break it at two levels.
Integrative review is a meta-analysis and systematic.
That's a different one. Meta-analysis is different, integrative is different. I will take if that is not the case. Yeah. If you have any question on this.
The proposition you said is written about in the beginning, or when we do our review of literature, and then when we analyze our findings. Very often when we are in our discussion talking about the findings, we relate it to something that we found in the review. So where is the proposition stated in the flow?
As a researcher, my role is to identify variables. See, it's a very simple case. As a researcher, I am like a director. You look for cast people, if at all you want to come out with a movie. Similarly, as a researcher, we will have to look for variables. Agree?
Yes.
You decide, as a director, who will be casted in the movie. As a researcher, you decide what variables to be included in your research. Very simple. Now, when I have set of of variables wherein I have formulated based on my literature. I have a model, what is known as conceptual model, which is nothing but theory development. I have developed a theory which is to be tested. Now at this level, will I have a relationship between the variables? There is definitely a relationship between variables. At that point in time is what we call it as proposition. Because they are not tested.
You have a conceptual relationship between the
Yes. You have a conceptual relationship between the variables, what we call it as the propositions, which I am made to test. So I have built a theory, not tested. I collect the data, I test later, which is nothing but
then it becomes a hypothesis whether it is proved or not.
yes. Whether it is statistically significant, not significant, the moment you start using data and testing them, we call it a hypothesis. Are you getting me now? That's all. That's a very simple difference that we have. So some papers will stop with conceptual. We have conceptual papers. Conceptual frameworks should stop with propositions. They should not say hypothesis. They do. Even I have done the same mistake some years back.
So that's why I initially told you about what I'm planning to embark on a particular research. That would be a conceptual one, so it would be based on proposition.
Yeah, you think proposition.
Mine would be based on
Proposition.
There's one more thing.
You can test them later. The moment you are trying to test them, then it becomes hypothesis.
So even if I want to support my argument, whatever my proposition is regarding this,
You
or
have
the
been
ineffectiveness.
No, see the moment you want to say whether the moment you say your variables are having association or whatever cause and effect, whatever that you want to look at it, you will have to collect data. The moment you collect data, which means you are empirically testing, it becomes hypothesis. If you are not empirically testing, it becomes propositions. You bring in data, empirically test those relationships, it becomes hypothesis.
But if there is a clear connect in the finding that I know that I will find, knowing that the empirical data existing right now,
Then there is no finding actually. Things are already found.
but if they are not following it, whether if it is understood, for the particular field or the industry in which I want to submit it, saying that to correct a course knowing what is existing.
Yes. Like curriculum, for example, or
Yeah.
something
Like-
that exists. You know that it is good, but no one is following it yet. So you want to prove it for properly, like robust,
Yeah.
increase its
That's the
robustness.
research gap study.
So we talk about research gap in last week.
Okay.
So what is research gap that we talk about? Need not be. Research gap itself can be deliberated for at least 2 hours. How do we do that? I mean, there is a book, there is a good papers also, I can give you that. I mean, I'm not included in my discussion this time. You know, what we talk about research gap is not research gap in most of the cases. Why and how, I will give you sources, you can read them. If you have a problem, you can read. I am not included that because I didn't have that flow, how do I connect that research gap? Otherwise, research gap you have a
What's the name of the book?
research book and research, I mean, research gaps, problematization by forwarding them because it's been a long time. I am not in this discussion. I will get to that book. I have research problematization is the authors and forwarding.
And I just want to ask, in qualitative research, if you do a qualitative research, do you measure anything, even if you're not quantifying? How do you gauge like when saturation has been met, just when you don't really have your themes,
Okay.
like I don't know how to explain.
I am trying to get that. Okay. I think part of the question was initially asked by him. This afternoon and morning session he had asked. Why did I told saturation?
Yes.
So,
Like if you've never done qualitative research before,
we are experimenting now. I can tell you to some extent.
okay.
go through this journey. Area of management perspectives, a number of journals. This is the integrative. Integrative framework. Completely. Look at the kind of work that he has done. We took 2 PhDs from this. So many others. Take them. Research gaps are already identified. But the problem is you should start with the current paper integrative framework, which is now 2024. Immediately take it, understand, complete the study. Because otherwise someone else will do it. So for a full time, I had luxury of one full time. Because there was a part-time scholar who joined, who was submitted. His defense is yet to be there. But he was my first scholar. The second scholar completed because she was a full time, he was a part-time. So that's how we can always do it. So yeah, in my other paper which I will talk about, you will find this variable. We have directly taken from this. Completely in this particular case, service record system, employee record performance and all that. So I think okay. That's one. And the other one is okay. Other one which you wanted me is qualitative. What was the other thing that you had? Problematization. That's a big word. Just check, I couldn't do that. Allison and Sandberg, problematization.
Allison and
Sandberg. One of them, I mean, they write commonly. Either Sandberg and Allison, or Allison and Sandberg. It's like they write the papers together.
Allison and Sandberg.
Just go to Google Scholar and type What is the paper? No? On
Two
the
papers
paper.
are there. I sent it on the group. I sent it on the email. It's available on ResearchGate.
It has to be highly downloaded.
Means I found it on that.
Let's start the session where we will be discussing a pitching research. This is something which I'm very fascinated. I mean, whenever people ask me there's something that people ignore, I will say this. Now this is very important from the point of a research. I would say at the point of your PhD. If at all you are writing papers, at any point in time, I feel this is very valuable to you. And there are no textbooks on this. There is one paper which is available, which you can go through on the Google. It is available on SSRL. I mean, I will be sharing the particular paper too. What is known as the same title, teaching research. And let's try to understand the components of teaching research. I'll also give you an example. You can go through the website of this particular scholar who has extensively worked on this. Probably the latest version that we are having is 2024, wherein he started from the first version that he came out with. That is the one, 2020. Version 19 is what we will be discussing. This is what I am discussing now. It's a paper. This is a paper which is available, but very important. So when he started this particular work to now, of course, the latest draft which is available, I am focusing on that, which is from 2024, version 19, from the initial draft of 2014 that we did. So you can download this paper and I'll explain what exactly this research is all about. Alright. So, a researcher by name Robert, who lives in Australia, University of Queensland, he identified that a lot of research books are written, but the basic problem what the researchers are facing is not solved by anyone, and that has been a significant contribution. So, you can go through some of the YouTube videos, you can find him delivering this particular paper. You can always have a look at that. Now, why I look at this is objectives very clear. Now, to identify the issues that we encounter during the conduction of the research. This is what I've been doing. It's not that we start with the research, we then probably come out with some problems and then we say, oh, what should I do? I told you my own experience. I have written 3 research proposals, I have spent enormous stuff. Otherwise, I would have probably got my PhD much earlier. Anyway, I can't repeat, go back now. But for those of you who are writing it now, and at least once you become PhD scholars, PhD supervisors tomorrow, this should be the first thing that we should ask your research scholars to go through. Because this is available on all platforms. So, identify the issues during the journey of conducting of the research. Beautiful. This is a tool. None of the other tools that can help us. It can also help us in providing a good research proposal, because as research scholars, we need to prepare a research proposal. Probably tomorrow, if at all we are working on research, maybe in terms of consulting project, again we have to write a research project. So I would suggest you to use this particular tool for any possible collaborations. Writing a paper becomes easy, apart from research proposals. Now, as research scholars, what are the biggest obstacles that has been hindering your research?
Lack of experience. Lack of experience.
Lack of experience, okay.
Don't know where to start.
Don't know where to start. Exactly. Yes. What else?
Analysis part.
Analysis part. Yes. We have issues, probably we are comfortable in research, we may not be aware of analytics, analysis probably that we have. We have lack of resources, could be anything. But the most important aspect is, where should I begin? It's a very important area that we have to understand. The biggest obstacle is, where should I begin? Because unless I know where I should begin, I don't know in direction which one I should run, where I will finish, when I will finish, or will I be finishing in a right manner? And that is where the biggest obstacle hindering research is, where should I begin? Of course, other things are also equally important, but as a novice researcher, you would always find this a problem that, where should I begin? The problem that we encounter here is, one, I don't know where to begin. Probably I would have begun at some point in time, but I am not very sure if I am working on a right proposal, writing a good proposal, strong proposal, whether my research problems are right. So, biggest obstacle that is hindering is, where do I start with and what could be my process of the particular journey, because am I moving in the right direction, am I having a right research proposal, because that becomes the crux of the research. And if you do not have a very clear understanding at the beginning as to where to start with, or probably in the initial point in time you may be looking at 2 or 3 different problems. So which one should I take? Which one will be more meaningful? So all these are questions that we can find, which as researchers we have all gone through it. I include myself in that because we have all gone through it. But there is no other tool that we can find on this world as on day to day except this particular pitch research, which helps us in getting it through between people, which are very, very important in life. One is in terms of the research scholar, and other is in terms of the research supervisor. See, when something is told by the research scholar to the research supervisor should be in a position to understand. And of course, Robert Koch has made use of this particular term as pitchy and pitcher. Pitcher is nothing but the research scholar. Pitchy is nothing but the research supervisor. Now, when you are communicating your research problem or your research proposal to your research guide, now they should also be in a position to understand it equally. Now, of course, we don't have a choice. I don't know, in cases, at least some extent we do have a choice in selecting the research guides. Depends on the university and so on. Let me not touch on that. But one universal problem that we can find with the research supervisors is that lack of time. That becomes very difficult for any person beyond the research they do. They will be guiding the research scholars apart from their other assignments. So naturally their time would be very less. Now how meaningfully can you reach them and convince them the research problem that you are having is right, and he could understand this particular research problem in a easiest manner? And this is where this work which Robert Koch came up with, he says we could have this conversation more meaningfully by understanding the central problem. understanding what is the research that the research scholar is going through, and we can understand what would be the obstacles which he or she is going through entire journey. And that is where we need to understand this. So I'm sure you would have encountered what aspects to be included in research proposal. It's a quite common scenario that we find. Of course, universities will give you the formats of the research proposals, and probably we formulate our research proposals based on those formats as per the different university guidelines. Now, what is important is there is a lot of information which is required to be assessed by the research supervisor. I mean, you can give a research proposal of 40 pages. I had one of the research scholars who just submitted his research proposal was, when he gave me, he was in 110 pages. I told him, reduce this. I'll go through this anyway, but your external experts are not going to go through this. I may still go through it because of the research supervisor. Then we reduce it to, I think, about 40 pages. I mean, we have to do that justice to that. So when we write this particular proposal, it becomes so voluminous that the central idea, what exactly you want to convey, gets missed. And because of the time which research supervisors may not have and the experts may not have, you will be doing a particular research work which is already approved. So then we find a problem that this is something which should have been sorted out. And that is where how to pack this information. And he came out with this, that this tool is applicable for fresh research scholars, even to the PhD supervisors, mentors, and so on. What he says in this pitching template is that we will be making use of just 2 pages, 1,000 words, and within this 1,000 words, we will be communicating the entire content that needs to be understood by both the parties. Of course, the research scholar does it, and that is how the research supervisor will be able to. So he says, small is beautiful or less is more, is what he talks about, which means the entire context of your research from the start to finish, you can envision what is required, what would be the problems when you do a particular work, is given in this 1,000 words. Of course, plus minus whatever that you can add about 200, 300 words, it's fine. Now, we need to understand that pitching template, he has created a pitching template. Of course, our cricket pitch. As an Indian, of course, we love cricket, and naturally we have a pitch. So we have, when we talk about cricket pitch, we talk about, okay, there is a crease, there are wickets and so on. Similarly, of course, this is my contribution here. But in terms of the research pitch that he talks about, he has given a template. This is what is a template. So this is a template that you are required to fill. And let me explain you this, because this is where, if at all we could spend time on working, maybe in smaller groups, you will understand it better, and probably you will, not be for your research work, what you are doing for the research problem or your research PhD, but take the hypothetical cases, sit in a smaller groups, work on this, and probably if you could do it, then it could be meaningful. Otherwise, you can do it probably as a homework, individually come back, let's have a discussion tomorrow. So, depending on the time how you will look at it. Now, listen to me very carefully and understand, because that's what is most important. Now, the template consists of these components. Picture's name, which is nothing but the research scholar. That's a category which the universities in Australia use and so on. Maybe in management, whatever that you want to use. Or maybe finance. You can explain that. Nothing wrong. Date complete. Now dates. Today I start with my pitch on a given topic. I may write today's date. Maybe after a revision, I will write the next day, so that I understand the document is very current. So write the date so that there are multiple revisions that can happen. if you look at this, there is a very clear structure here. You can see here there is 4 components. Then we have 3, and then we have 2, and lastly we have 1. So that is how he has structured it, in a manner what should go through a research pitch. And I will go through the entire sections, each one of them with examples, so that we understand them in a much better way. So in the case of phases, when we look at the phases, there are pre-pitch phase. Framing your research that we can find. Pre-pitch phase is mainly the initial one, which is mainly the 4 elements. Pre-pitch is nothing but the 4 elements that we have. In terms of working title, I will just read them so that that makes familiar. Working title, basic research question, key papers, and motivation purpose. So those are the 4 components which we talk about in terms of pre-pitch. The next phase is the core pitch. So in the core pitch that we have, the core pitch has the 3 components plus the 2 plus the 1. So you have the core components here in this particular case. We have 4 there. This is 3 plus 2 plus 1. Entirely that is considered as a core. And others that we have is nothing but supplementary. So supplementary pitch. So that is where we have pre-pitch phase, core pitch phase, and supplementary pitch. So these are the 3 phases. Pre-pitch phase has 4 components, which are these 4. Core pitch is completely here, from idea till contribution, and supplementary other considerations. Is the structure making sense? Look at it. Look at that particular pitch for a minute so that the content is the main. You understand? These are the components. I'm coming. Just giving you a pitch. I'm yet to start.
Yes.
We have just done the toss. Let us read section. I just want you to understand and look at it so that you are comfortable. As I go with each of the sections, you will understand, okay, this is what. Right? Alright. So, what we start with is what is known as pre-pitch. As you could say, there are different phases, pre-pitch, core pitch, and so on. So, let's start with the first one, which is known as the pre-pitch phase. Framing your research. Very clear. So, what are the things that are required here in this particular pre-pitch phase? There are 4 components which Roberts says. What are those? Of course, ignore the picture name, category, and so on. That is not included in this, but of course, you need to write it for your own reference. And when as a research supervisor, you may be getting multiple research bits from different scholars, so you should know which scholar has submitted what. So that's the thing that is required. So pre-pitch, when we talk about, we will start with working title. So working title is the first thing that we do. Then we move on with basic research portion, key papers, motivation, or purpose. That's how we look at it. So let's start with working title, which is the first component of pre-pitch. Now, when we mention. We start with titles. I mean, some of us are comfortable with titles, some of us are not. But here, you could start with working title if you are comfortable with, I would say. And then move on to the next section, which is research question. But if at all you are finding it difficult to start with working title, you move on to the next phase. I mean, it depends on individuals. Now, this title should be informative so that you understand what would be the research order. It could be about, say, normally the journals now are accepting about 15 words. I mean, 15 words that we can find. So have a particular title which is not frozen. It is only that they are going to be changed as you proceed and changes will happen. If you find that the working title that you started with and the final version is also having the same title, either it is that you have not worked or you have very clear title, which can happen, nothing wrong with it. But ideally, in most of our exercises that we have seen, every iteration the working title have changed into a title. That's how we normally have seen in most of the research titles that have happened. So we will be having the working title with some words. Now once we have this particular working title, as I said, if you are comfortable with title, start, if not directly go with research question, then come back to working title. That's fine. Practically we have administered a few cases. I have seen research scholars find it difficult to write working title at the first instance. Nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. Go to the second step wherein you understand what is a research question. Now this, as a research scholar, you will understand. You will be definitely in a position, probably, I will not be comfortable in writing a working title, but I know what is a research question. And then probably go back and go to the first phase and write your title. Possible. So in terms of the basic research question that we have, you will write one research question with neutral languages. Now ideally, we do not want to use positive, negative and so on. So the moment we have such kinds, then it becomes difficult. So neutral languages is what we can have. 20 to 30 words is what he prescribes in his literature. He talks about 20 to 30 words should be a right way of making a research question. Now at the beginning of your research, you may not have a research question completely. Don't worry, that's the reason I started with the simple concepts in the morning, dependent variable, independent variable. So what are the determinants of variable y? Could be a research question at the beginning, which means you will understand that your focus is on that particular dependent variable y, for which you are going to identify the determinants. So this will actually help a research scholar to explore the literature. So you will understand that. Or to explore, if at all you are not happy to use question mark, to explore the empirical determinants of variables. Whichever way that you have to. Research question need not have a question mark. That's what we are trying to, he's trying to mention here in this particular case. Equity it's a sentence which consists of about 20 to 30 words. And this can be refined by a research scholar as you proceed, because as you proceed your research question is going to be more precise. So I start with a very general way of looking at the research problem. I just say what are the determinants of variable y, but as I proceed I understand the variables. I may include x, y, z variable names, determinants of this, so and so. I can change. So that is how you can always do. Fine? Am I clear with this too? Third one is what we talk about key papers. Now key papers are those which should help me to get the central idea of my research. See, the most problem that we face, of course I will be talking about literature review, how, what and so on, and that's a very important phase which I find. That's the reason I included very little in terms of research discussion that I'm having, which are very critical. It's more in terms of activity and exercises which we can always get this completed. Now, key papers are those very limited papers which should be helping me to understand the problem. And he defines key papers not to include more than 3 key papers. He says 3 key papers, papers which are determined as key papers should be only 3 that you will mention in the pitch. So we need to limit the papers to 3 papers, not more than that. So who decides? You as a research scholar will decide now that I will include only these 3 research papers which are key to my research. I am not saying other papers throw it off, but they will not be projected in your research pitch. You have all your literature intact, but these are the key 3 papers wherein you will give the complete reference because that's not going to be shared with you and your research supervisor. Now, what should be the basis of these 3 key papers? That's very simple and important. So, he says, he has given some thumbnails. Now, your key papers should not be older, at the maximum 5 years. So, what he is trying to mean is, you should look at the literature which are more current, include those papers which are more current, and at the max, it should not be older than 5 years. So 3 to 5 years is what he says is acceptable, not beyond. We always have this ranking of journals. We talk about top tier journals and so on. Now, when we look at the top tier journals, why do we call them as the top tier? The question arises. Why do we call them as top tier journals? They are highly reviewed, yes. H-index is quite high. Many citations that we can find. So top tier journals refer to them. So he says include those papers which are not more than 3 to 5 years. Top tier journals in terms of ABDC probably A star, A, B. We can look at it. In terms of Web of Science and Scopus, yes, Web of Science and Scopus, we could also look in terms of 90 to 100 percentile, probably you would like to quartile 1 in terms of Scopus. So probably have a limit in terms of a top tier journal. You can decide. Recent unpublished papers by the gurus. Now what happens? See, seminal work may be there. I find that there is a seminal work from one of the guru, but that particular paper is very old, maybe 20 years old. Then the question comes, dilemma that should I include this? If you feel that that paper is critical that you want to include, you can. But see, seminal papers are normally known. Suppose when we talk about any research in any domain, your research guide will know that this paper is a seminal work. You also know. So not to include them, but the same researcher, the seminal work who is being done, you find a new paper which is unpublished. Nothing wrong in including that paper because that is something new which is yet to be published. So the idea here is key papers are those which are current, not more than 3 to 5 years. You need to include if there are seminal papers left to you, but I would suggest not to include if the seminal papers are very old, but include those unpublished papers from those seminal gurus and include top tier journals only. Am I clear? So very simple thumb. Now, avoid choosing 3 papers from the same author and from the same book. Why? Yeah, I mean, when sometimes you refer to only one journal and one author, you could be biased. Probably your views could be, skewed. Probably. So that's the reason, include multiple papers from different authors and it's a very simple thumb rules which Robert mentioned. Fine? Good enough?
Recent unpublished papers.
Yeah, recent unpublished papers is that, see, in the Western world, you will find what is called as working paper. Before the paper gets published, they will have what is known as internally published, like MIT, Sloan, or maybe some of the other universities. They have working paper series, where in the paper they write and they have very high credibility. The intent is, I am doing a research and I would want to tell that, this is what I have already found. See, publication takes a lot of time. Publication, I complete my work, I send it to the journal, it gets published. It takes a lot of time. So what some of the prominent universities are doing across the world, including in India, people do that. Working paper is something that they are having. Wherein your work is not complete. Your research work is not complete, but it is incomplete. But to the extent that you have completed, you start publishing within internally, and you will find some of the top papers in 2 versions. One is working paper series, one is the final version that you can find. So that is where, working paper, the advantage is that you have told into the world that you are already doing this research. Tomorrow people cannot say. Working paper has equal importance. So that is where they are not, it's not indexed by any journals. It is not indexed by any Scopus, Web of Science, so on. But there is a credibility for this.
If you also include the conferences that we take on YouTube, conferences that we publish on YouTube, some findings which are not published yet.
Possible, but what would be the sources that you have? You have a document, anything like that?
It's a particular conference which is published, the entire proceedings are on YouTube. Video.
Possible, if you feel that it is relevant for your research proposal, for your discussion with your research, then you can include. But the citation, of course, he talks about only research papers here. But we may modify it. If you feel that it's important, you include it. Because he says nothing else. He has made it very clear, key papers only, 3 key papers. But you can change it, not a problem. Yeah.
So, like you had mentioned that seminal papers, most of the people will know about it. So, not needed for you to mention them in the 3 key papers. But, like, there are certain topics, just because I usually prefer the locus of control, which have been completely established. And the newer papers that are being published for them are very specific to regions. Like there will be people who are doing research on it for specific to Malaysia or certain countries like that. Is it okay to use it even though it is 3 to older than 5 years if it is such an established? So it will be, even if it is specific to that region, I can use it? If it's okay, yeah.
Your question is split into 2 parts. Let me try to. One is the variable, the other one is the context. I mean, where you are applying. Correct. Now, what is important here is in terms of the locus of control, the variable that you talk about, has not changed. Application is the same. But it might have been used in a developed country, now you are using in a developing country, something like that. But is it going to change? Because the seminal paper extract is what he is going to extend in a developing country, something like that. So if that is the current one, use that. Automatically that will have a connect indirectly with the current work. Because your work is not directly with the seminal work, indirectly with the current work, which is Malaysia, which you mentioned. Yeah, that's something that you are trying.
Okay.
Have I answered?
Yes.
Fine? Make sense? Alright. Now, again, very critical phase, motivation or the puzzle. Now here is the best part that we will have to work in this particular case. And this is slightly a longer content of words that we find in terms of about 150 to 200 words. So you are capturing the core scholarly motivation for the study. Now what does it mean? See, when we talk about any research, it's like when I work on a particular literature, it is a smaller section of the literature in a larger context. I am working on a part of the literature, but when I look at it in a system, you have a larger context of things in the background, but I am working on a smaller context. Now what is important here is that the researcher should be in a position to spell out which part of the puzzle that he is trying to talk about. See, as a literature, what is it you have? You have a complete board. I am working on maybe some sections on the right part of the board. There is some part which is not covered in the left part of the board. Now, I should be in a position to explain what section of the puzzle is not covered and what is my role that I am working with. And this is what we talk about in terms of motivation. So, literature, there are multiple literatures. If you can come on, we have a galaxy of things. But there is still that particular component of research which is not solved. Now here, your motivation will be based on literature. Your motivation will be based on literature. That's the reason we are emphasizing on those 3 key papers. Let me tell you. Your motivation is based on the literature, which is those 3 key papers. This is not the gap identification. This is more so in terms of where your research is actually working. Gap identification comes in idea, the next phase, the core one. Here is the pre-pitch, because what is the reason why that you are going to work on this particular problem? Or in other words, what exactly is that you are trying to find a solution to? I mean, you are trying to answer something. What is it? So that is where in a larger context of the literature, there is something which is not identified and I am interested in that. And probably at the later section, you are going to link this particular thing in terms of the contributions. This is what we talked about, now we are contributing here. So that's how we link them. And I'll talk with this particular example. So do not confuse motivation as a gap. It's not a gap. I'll come with examples, of course. I took an example from students' paper. I mean, these papers are available in the website. There are flaws in that paper, although. But I found the concept is easily related. That's why I'm taking that particular paper. So the paper is from Pakistan. Yeah, we're talking about it. So anything that you want me to repeat, I'll come back with an example. So pre-pitch that we talked about, working title. This pitch was template was prepared in the year 2017. I think so. You could find one paper there. 16 or 17 that we can find. So impact of behavioral factors towards adoption of mobile learning among higher education students in public and private universities. May not be at a single go, but it would have gone into a multiple iteration. I'll give you this paper also. This paper is also available for people. You can find a template of research pitch for your discipline, and you will find multiple samples. Look at your own disciplines, that becomes easy for you. Basic research questions. Here they have used. We talked about research questions should be neutral. I mentioned in my discussion that research questions should be neutral. But of course, there might be a reason why he has put it as positive. Maybe because of the literature, or it could be because of, the scholar was in a master's program or something like that. It could be because of his lack of understanding. But Robert says, make it language neutral, which means do not include, signs in terms of positive, negative. Just include it as it is in terms of a research question. But if your research gives you a very clear unidirection that it is positive, nothing wrong in having it. I have no reasons why he has put that particular. Key papers. Look at it. I mentioned it is 2017 that this particular template was prepared. 2009 is one of them which he has highlighted that, which is way beyond 5 years. Could be possible because papers were not available at that particular point in time, or it could be that he wants to look in terms of certain component among the three. So look at those three titles very clearly. Factors propelling the adoption of M-learning among the students in higher education, a general paper. Then we have the impact of M-learning technology on students and educators. Look at the first paper and the second paper. First paper talks about students. Second paper talks about educators. So look at the kind of paper that has been selected. Third paper, a study on learner readiness for mobile learning at Open University, Malaysia. So here's, I don't know whether it is you or share what you call. I mean, the person has taken 3 papers for whatever reasons. Now when we talk about motivation now, our motivation should be based on the key papers. That's the whole idea. We have the motivation. Motivation is not rightly written. There are some mistakes. Anyway, we will look at it. Motivation talks about what exactly is the puzzle that you are solving. It never talks about research gaps. However, here, if you look at it, the first sections are right. After the arrival of social media, the trend of life has changed. It changed the priorities of human beings and their lifestyle. For last few years, mobile technologies have proved their importance in education sector, known as mobile learning or M-learning. Learning using any electronic mobile devices is categorized as M-learning, because people should understand what is M-learning with citations. So indirectly, the first section is very clear, stating that there is an impact on the education sector because of mobile technologies. After the social media which has been introduced, the life has changed and people are using mobiles. I mean, that is how you look at the logical things, the statement that he is deriving, he or she is deriving here in terms of motivation. Then X and Y suggested that there is an opportunity for M-learning to serve the university's traditional e-learning method by providing another source to the users of mobile phone. Till this, all perfect. So you are studying this in the context of, adding this as a better way. Now, in different higher education institutions throughout the world, the M-learning method is going to become popular from the past studies. It would have been the right way of stopping it there. In the developing countries like Pakistan, there is no work done on the importance of mobile learning language. That's a very no-wise, stupid way of writing. Sorry for using that particular term, but that's how we do not want to use this particular words. That there is no work done. The moment we talk about no work done, it's very clearly shows that you have not done your literature right. So motivation, excluding the last line, I would still watch on it. The intent here is you are understanding that the life of people have changed. After mobiles, now mobile phones can be used in addition to the traditional educational system, and this is what is bringing in value. I mean, you are trying to bring in value. That is what is the motivation. So tomorrow, what is your motivation? Now, by bringing in this, probably you are going to establish whether the mobile technologies are good or bad in an educational system. That is your puzzle. There is something which is not captured in the literature. That is what. So that is what you have to stop. Am I clear? So puzzle is basically that in a larger context of your literature, what context are you trying to work? Maybe I would have been still happy if at all you would have said that contextual factors rather than saying no study has been done. Probably if at all you would have brought in the developing countries and developed countries context, that could be a better way of looking at it. So that is also fine. But no work, I would request you never use this particular term as no work. So not a right term. That's what we have as a preach, where we have 4 elements: working title, research question, basic research question, key papers, motivation or puzzle. Fine? Clear? So it's difficult after heavy lunch. The challenge to handle a session after lunch. Fine? Alright, now let's move into the core. Core pitch. Now in terms of this core pitch, we have got 4 in the pre-pitch. Here it is 3, 2 and 1, which is the complete elements of our template. Have a look at it. I will go into each of these. I just want you to look at the different components so that they're gelling your thoughts. Alright, so you have 3, 2 and 1, which you could find here. Idea, data and tools, what he calls as idiots, for easy remembrance. Then what's new, which is nothing but the component of novelty. What's new in your research? Second but equally important question is, so what? So both are important. And lastly, we talk about conclusions. I will explain each section and then probably we will talk about examples and so on. Now, moving on to, I will confine to the first three idiots. Idea, data and tools. So my focus will be more in terms of this. Then I'll move on to, I will be probably splitting this code into these sections, otherwise it becomes quite difficult. Now in terms of idea, now this is the most important aspect. Motivation is definitely important, I don't deny that. But idea is something that is nothing but the gap. This is what is nothing but the gap. What exactly are you doing? What exactly is the research that you are filling in is the gap. So what he says is 100 to 150 words. You should be in a position to articulate the core idea behind what exactly your research is doing. Are you blending the theories? Psychological theories. It could be in terms of, I talked about some theories. Now I have variable x and y. How do I relate x and y? By theories. Social theory, you have some other theory. I combine 2-3 theories at once. Now, probably that's, I look at theoretical tension. Theoretical tension in simple terms is that you have two schools of thought. It's a very simple way of, I discussed it in the morning. That is what here he talks about theoretical tension. See, theoretical tension means one school of thought says x leads to y, the other school of thought says y leads to x. In other words, you have different findings with set of same variables. I have for convenience taken one independent, one dependent. It may not be that always that you have to have one independent, one dependent. But that could be multiple combinations of variables wherein their roles have been replaced. And that is when we talk about theoretical tension. So theoretical tension means there is a school of thought which says this is the way. There is the other school of thought which says this is the way.
Sir, in economics we have classical and Keynesian. Can that be applied on a classical?
Coming.
In economics we have classical and Keynesian school.
Okay.
Classical believe that supply creates its own demand, and Keynesian believe that demand is required, and then the supply comes into the picture. So
these are two different school of thoughts, very clearly.
correct, exactly opposite. So can that be applied here?
Yes. But you will be taking up any one of them.
Okay. But here you are talking about blending. So under
Blending theories.
Okay.
Blending theories. Suppose there are two theories. See what happens. As I mentioned in the morning session, there are a number of theories at whatever level that we talk about. One variable is being established with another variable using a theory. Now rather than explaining that particular relationship with only one, I will use another theory wherein I am blending two theories. Now, can I explain?
We try to explain the same phenomenon from two theoretical perspectives.
Yes. So we could look at multiple aspects.
So could you say that one theory would support your argument and the data that you have collected would go against another theory which would also support your argument? Maybe to dispute.
Both combine together.
So is that what is the blending?
Yes. Well, blending two theories. Yes. This is one more. My own paper, it becomes easy for me to explain. Now here, what we have done, four variables, again serial mediation theory that we have. Now, we are using two theories to explain this to this, rather than one theory. I think we are using it here. I will I'll have to go through the paper again to remember and understand. So ideally what we do is, this has been explained by one theory, say for example. We will use that theory along with our theory so that both theories put together why this relationship exists. So we are blending theories. So here in this particular case we took 1 to 3 theories I think. So one here and one here, something like that. So that is when we put in lot of theories together to bring in a new, different way of looking at the variables. So people have been looking at these variables, we don't deny that, because we have given an entire structure of how the work has been completed. But what is that you are working on? How is your study different than others? So once you publish, you will forget. This is the work. So we have identified different research which has been done for the same variables that we have selected. So if you look at it, these are the variables that we have in our study. We have identified the context that they have studied, their findings that they have studied. And we also studied what theories that they have studied for those relationships. Now, if at all I have to bring in my research, I cannot do the same, it becomes replication. And when we look in terms of publications, replication probably at quartile 4 they still accept, but otherwise no. And when we look at top journals, they just reject. Whether you have a replication, whether you have a novelty. Novelty is a great way that we can find. Of course, replication also has some amount that we can find. So here is a case where we identified, there are studies which we don't deny, but still there is how and what we have. I don't recall the theory. So I will probably use this paper explaining 2 or 3 combinations of theories that we use. Maybe in paper writing workshop in tomorrow's session, I will use this as an example. I have to go through it once. So, yeah.
So when you said that you use multiple theories, so there are different angles in which you are trying to prove that variable. You are trying to qualify the variable.
You are trying to build a relationship between variables.
Yeah, but from different angles.
Yes.
But you cannot use different angles for the objective of the paper. So that is
Objective of the framework.
like you have to go with one particular theory, right? Your idea.
See, idea is there. From the idea that we have, see, idea will only help me in getting maybe the variables, gaps that we have. But still, how do I establish that connect? How do I find that there is a relationship, not statistically, between the variables? Through the theory. So, in this case, we have multiple theories that we used. Yes.
Yeah, but we have to see the relationship between variables. We can't integrate two theories without having a relationship. There should be some relationship.
Yeah, definitely. See, it is not just integrating for the sake of integration.
Yeah.
It has to make sense.
Yeah, that's what.
So, in this case, our novelty was basically in terms of, one, there was a theoretical tension to a large extent that we resolved here, if at all, when we looked at it.
Like, just for example, that we are having one theory, like a lookout theory, and one more theory, like a psychological line theory. We should have some connection with any variable, and then only we can go ahead.
The theoretical tension is very simple here. Theoretical tension in simple terms is mixed numerical findings.
That means there are
which means, there are contradictory findings,
Contrasting.
contrasting findings. That is what we talk about theoretical tension. But in your case, your two theories, school of thoughts is not mutually exclusive at all. Now the question is, in a given context, two of them can survive. But in your case, it's totally in opposites. In this case, there is some relation where how do we get it? So theoretical tension that we talk about is basically this, mixed empirical findings. Now when we talk about here, that is recovery satisfaction and loyalty. So we make it very clear here that there is a probable relation, probable reason for this contradictory finding. First, based on literature. So that is where you are trying to bring in, you are highlighting the gap, you are working on what you are trying to build on the previous literature. Fine. So that is where I would look at in terms of the theoretical. Right? Agreed? So blending existing theories. I use one research has used only one theory, I use two theories to explain the relationship, provided as you mentioned here, there has to be a meaning. This is the paper writing tomorrow that we have. So theoretical tension, mixed findings. When there are mixed findings, excellent, you should be happy. So that's a gap. And when there are mixed findings, it's always an advantage. You may extend it to hypothesis or you may stop. So you can have a hypothesis, doesn't make a difference here. But most importantly, what is to be written is in terms of idea. So what is the idea that you have? Making sense? Any questions? Now, idea is nothing but your gap. Let me again repeat it. This is the core pitch, the essence of your research. Here I have told here that it makes some mistakes. Majority of the students studying at various universities are rapidly adopting to learning technology, and there is an increasing trend. Here cited number of 4. Again cited number of 4 argued that the existing trend of adopting the learning technology from student side is of limited scope. Now this is a beautiful way of writing. You cannot say no work and so on. You can always cite and say that from these studies which has been said, limited scope has been there. And this is the right way of looking at it. Are you getting the difference? You cite and then tell this is from the student side, very specific. From the student side, works are unlimited. Fine, perfect way of narration. The active role of students can be effective to make learning an essential part of higher education by interviewing technologies in their daily life, both on and off campus. This is a beautiful way of writing. So the central idea is, when learning will become essential part, and that is what is the core idea that he is trying to bring in terms of everyday work life on and off campus. That's the gap that he wants to work. So ideally, when we talk about gaps, should not be mentioned that my work is the first in India, my work is first in the state, and so on. It's a wrong way of looking at it. See, when we do research is research is mainly the variables. The outcomes of the variables is important for us. I told you in the morning session also. Researcher is nothing but a director. You decide whom to cast in a movie. You decide whom how did you bring that variables and what is that particular story that you are having among those variables. By using the theory among those variables, rather than telling this movie has been shot in US. That may not be of importance. Are you getting it? Very simple, trying to look here in terms of. So the intent here is we would want the work to evolve and the work to be narrated rather than where the work is done. Am I clear? Fine, makes sense? Because to a large extent we find no work done, first work done. No, this is the right way of writing. Limited scope, but where? It is not everywhere. He told very clearly, student side, there is a limited scope. It's a beautiful way of writing and we should appreciate. Writings are perfect.
But if some regions have some different, probably like demographic or something, that also needs to be explained.
Coming, yeah.
Some countries, like let's say Goa is a different state of its own. Some research done everywhere else.
Perfect.
Goa is a very unique identity. It's not done here. And it's not mentioned.
I wouldn't say Goa.
Just saying,
No. I mean, similarly, Manipur is a unique place for students. So, let's look at how is this different. Maybe when we talk about Manipur, probably we find people from different nationalities, cultures. Probably here in terms of Goa, we find large number of tourists that they come here. Again, we will have to link in terms of variables. Culture could be one of the variables. If at all you want to link your research and bring out, this is going to be distinctive, you have to vouch on the culture of Goa, not as Goa. Similarly, when I talk about in terms of Manipal, suppose, I will have to look at the educational institutes and the culture that we can find here rather than that. So, something, again I am reiterating the same fact, we as researchers, we will be working with variables. The interaction, the interface between those variables is what is most important to us rather than the context. Context I am referring to in terms of maybe sector wise or the space wise. We should do. So that's the reason when we talk about your research should have a title on variables, not on the spaces. So that's how we could go. Yes, makes sense. Any questions? Alright, data. Yeah, we are in the core pitch, the second component in terms of period. Idea data. In this particular case, we have data to be collected. Now, what would be the sample size? How would you determine the sample size? What would be the sources of data? How will you collect the data? How would you analyze it? Basically, those are the ones that we will look at. Now, this is very, very important. Because you have variables selected, you have items which have been nominated, how we are going to measure, which is nothing but operationalization. So here, at what time of sample that you want to collect? Suppose I am collecting a sample in retail outlet. Say for example, my study is retail outlet. Now I should be in a position to tell when will the data be collected. Because data collection can vary in terms of the day on which I collect the data. People may not be willing to cooperate on a Sunday. People may not be willing to cooperate on a Saturday. I'm just giving you. So, what if the same person comes back to, he becomes second respondent, same respondent, how do you avoid him? So that is where you should be in a position to very clearly identify from where it will be collected, when it will be collected, the time frame that you are going to collect, the sample sizes that you are going to collect. Everything will have to be in a rough sketch. You will have to plan it well in advance so that tomorrow you will not have any problems when you go for data collection. Because this comes only after a year or so. Then you will realize, oh, I made a mistake. Now what to do? So here in the case, you already have a very clear identification as to what data will be collected, how it will be collected, and so on. So that's where you can decide in what country, what setting, why you want to select that particular setting when the data needs to be collected. Whether it is going to be from individuals, levels of analysis that you talked about, individuals, teams, organizations, corporates, at what level that you want to go. So that has to be done. Sampling, whether it is going to be daily collection, weekly collection, monthly collections, what is your frequency of data collection that you have? Maybe in terms of whether you want to collect one specific industry or maybe the overall industry as such. Cross-sectional, which is one time, or longitudinal. Maybe you want any research assistance, funding grants, all that you can look for. So everything will be capitalized here in terms of data sources. Now in some of the cases, probably in terms of economics or maybe in terms of finance, now data itself could be a very unique way of looking at it. Whereas in other cases, marketing, maybe in terms of operations, in services, our data could be primary, whereas data itself could be secondary in some of the cases. So that is why we will have to look at data sources. So what data sources that I am using, how is it different from the other? I may be using a particular data source for capturing my research, maybe which gives me a big database, whereas other studies have done on similar variables probably, but your database may be in a better position. How? So that is where that would be one of the ways that data becomes integral part of some of the areas, possibly in terms of economics or finance, where we look into secondary data. Probably you go for series analysis and so on. So that becomes integral. How do we deal with missing values? Cleansing, of course, there's again way where we have to clean, which will be taught during your rest phases. Some of the tests, there are cleaning of the data becomes very critical. Average, missing values, you want to delete them, so on. So you can decide how do you want to go for this. Test variable, and we will not look at the good power, reliability. So you can look at how do you wish to measure reliability, validity of your data once it is collected. Now you can understand what they are. So all those will be identified. So coming back to that particular paper of the M-learning one, which we were using as a reference, this is what you have. Country, of course, he is based in Pakistan, so he is referring to his country. Unit of analysis is nothing but individuals who are students of public and private higher education. Sampling, he is going to decide at that particular point in time that samples are going to be collected. May to June, which is 1 month, May, June, which you have probably 2 months at the max. Data are collected from students of different years among different universities. It is very clear. Data will be collected from students from both the different types of universities, as well as not from the 5 years only, not from the first years only, from the different years. So this is where you are making an analysis of what data to capture to the crux to identify what exactly you want to sell. Data sources, self-administered, sample size we have taken in terms of 300. Data collection, research assistance is there is no. Optimistic, no delay he expects, and optimistic that no chances of missing data. So that's how you can always have. In terms of tools, tools are basically, you have a framework, what tool you are going to use. Whether you will be using regression, operation model that you would want to use. So all that, mathematical modeling, everything that you can talk about, software needed, all that could be identified here. So tools will take care of all those essence of your research work, which you can envision that okay, I need for this particular variable for which I need to make an assessment. Say I require calculus. Now this is software which is probably not available in my institute. I may have to look at somewhere else. So that is where softwares, or most of them now we are working on open sources. Publicly we advocate open sources. Jammo is one of the beautiful software that we have. Of course, coding, if you are comfortable, R also can be used. In terms of a template, of course, he is going to use SPSS, self-administered questionnaire. So that is how he has mentioned in terms of the idea, which is the first one. So idea, data and tools, the three components that he talks about. Any questions? I will have to go to the core pitch. Other two and then one.
So can you go back to the tools slide?
Basically, tools software using. So that you understand. It can also help you to understand that to use tools you may have to undergo training to find place where you could go. So now you have YouTube available. That's different.
So there are some, in terms of the key papers that we have talked about, there are a lot of journals which are restricted. Openly, like a lot of people are not openly available for review to people who are not working on the research. So is there any other way to get like the top tier journals papers? Right.
Yes. Alright, any other questions? I will answer that later. Alright, now moving on to two questions. It talks about what's new. And the second one is so what? So what are important that you can find? Now, when we look at this core pitch, what's new is nothing but novelty. What is novelty in your work? You should be in a position to administer and advertise what is that particular new work that you have done. Don't feel shame at all. You have to very clearly say this is what. Because in most of the cases tomorrow when we talk about, you have to write it, in a journal, how to write it we'll talk about. Because people can miss out. So what is new is very important. Is a novelty. Where is a novelty? You say it's novelty. What is novelty? Whether the idea is novel, whether the data is novel that you are using, or the tool that you are using is novel. Look at it very clearly. Which will have the higher impact? Idea. So when we talk about idea, we'll definitely will be given higher references. When you say that the data which was earlier used had some limitations, and now that you are using this particular data, it can also have. So it's very difficult to say which one will be given more preference. It depends upon the journals because each one of them are from different domains. So naturally you will be getting, the moment where you are very clear as to where the novelties are, it becomes it. So in your research work you should be in a position to have either the idea which is novel, or maybe in areas like finance, you will have to look in terms of data or tools, which is novel. Because in terms of management, basically operations, marketing, where we look more in terms of surveys or experimentation, to a larger extent, the idea becomes more critical. Except in the financial areas, where we look at the secondary data, where the data becomes very critical. As well as in terms of tools that we use. Tools could be also in terms of primary data collected, you could also have that. So have an understanding where is the node. Am I clear? So this is something which you have. But he suggests a better way of looking in terms of novelty, which we could always judge. And I love the way that he has put forward. Look at your research in the manner of Mickey Mouse, which is a popular cartoon from the childhood that we have been watching. And what is new can be captured by that particular Mickey Mouse. We can capture that by Mickey Mouse. Now what is Mickey Mouse here that he is mentioning? Now Mickey Mouse is a character. However, when we look at this particular character, it is most importantly that we are looking in terms of certain circles. Now what is the context that you are studying? What is the context which has been studied very high? And what is the context? So if you can filter out on this, where are the commonalities? So here, so he says, my work is here. You can easily find that this work has been done, this work has been done, and probably you can always say this is what the novelty is. That's the right way of looking at the kind of novelty. And how do we do that? This is an important categorization that we will have to do in terms of literature review. So as we do the literature review, we will have to create different sections and probably identify something. So he came out with this attitude towards mobile learning, intentions to adopt mobile learning in higher education. 3 prominent themes that he has created, or probably 3 clusters that he has created. So you should be in a position to read your literature, cluster them in different buckets. And the moment we are in a position to cluster them or categorize them in 3 different buckets, these Venn diagrams become simple. So that's the reason literature review will be the basis of this. Understand it, you will be in a position when you will start working. So it may look quite scary, it's easy. These are simple concepts which we should know. Everyone who does research should know. Unfortunately, is not known. Of course, you will definitely agree now. And that's the reason I'm happy most of them are in the initial phase of your research. So that's the best way of talking and making them see to that they don't mistake what we have covered. Fine? Alright. This is tea is ready. Okay, we'll take a break.
This particular one, Yeah, I expect to understand what they want.
Back to this research pitch. Yeah, I am. No, I don't want. I don't want this.
It's okay. There is a recording on.
Oh.
Screen is not visible.
You can put on.
recording that, right? The board is recording.
No, the entire thing.
Is it okay for you or should I put it on?
Is it too dark?
The screen is not visible. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, please.
Alright, now coming back to two important aspects of code. We spoke about novelty in terms of this, so that's how we came out with this. In this example, I am slightly Nobody has assessed the attitude of higher education, yes. Sorry. Nobody has assessed the attitude of higher education among students to adopt mobile learning. It was checked in public university in Malaysia. I am testing this in my country. I think this is a very not a right way of writing it. You would probably look in terms of, why is it new and how is it like? This again, I am not convinced with. Either told he or she is a student of a master's program. So that's the reason, not right. But what is new? Novelty here is, in education, in a developing country, probably comparing both probably in terms of maybe in a country-specific way, where the cultural sensitivity could be different, both in terms of Malaysia or it could be Pakistan. So that way is a better way of writing. I am not convinced with the way of writing here what is new. So first section, from the point of attitude is perfect, but nobody has assessed, not writing that. It's not a way of writing. So what is new is, you should be in a position to spell out what is new when compared to the previous one. Avoid nobody and so on. That's not a way. Alright, now is most critical one. You talked about novelty. You spoke about novelty is bad, whether it's in idea, whether it's in data, whether it's in tools. Now is the most important thing, so what? And this is the most important question which you have to answer when you defend your thesis, when you write your papers. So this is where, so what is something which is very, very critical. Why is it important to know the answer? So what is the reason? Why is that you want to know that particular answer? So how will the activity, behavior, decisions be influenced by the outcome of this research? So what changes are you going to bring in because of your research? In other words, by doing this particular research, what answer you are going to get, what will be the changes that you are going to bring in. And this is very, very important. Journals, again, very important that they look for this. Gaps, yes, gaps are very critical, but so what? So that is where, so what is, why is this important to know the answer? When we say research has two important aspects. One is in terms of the idea. Idea is the gap that you are trying to showcase to the world. The second important aspect is here in this particular case is in terms of so what. So when I am answering something, why and to whom it could be meaningful. And this is where what decisions could be influenced. So you will have to look in terms of the implications of your outcomes. And that is where when we write in our at least management we talk about implications. You could find behavioral implications, you could find managerial implications, you may find literature implications that you can find. So what is very important that we can identify in this particular case. So coming back to the particular paper, in digitized world where most of the systems of everyday life are computerized, there is a need for bringing in advancement in education sectors. In developing countries like where the study has been conducted, this study shows the level of student readiness in adoption of new trends in education system is still text. So you are looking in, you are bringing in, so you can identify whether the students are readily accepting that particular change. They will also facilitate learning and progress in their institutions. The findings are going to be useful to implement this type of study in institutions to enhance and improve their learning probably. And when it is implemented, the process of learning will be faster and more interesting for the students. So here he is talking about by bringing in this particular study, by finding out this particular solution, you are in a position to influence the decisions. It could be in terms of bringing in changes, in terms of the student learning, process of learning, and so on. So that is why you are trying to bring in so on. Right? Are you getting it? The last section that we are having is contribution. As a research scholar, I have found contribution writing at the point of research which becomes difficult. I do admit that because I have seen some of the research scholars. Contribution is something that they find initially difficult. Don't worry, if at all you find that contribution writing becomes difficult. You will be in a position to write a meaningful contribution later. So, if you can write a contribution at the beginning of the time, good. But to my samples that I have as research scholars, this is where I could find students struggling. I am telling you from practical experiences. One I told you in terms of working titles. I could find students experiencing writing working titles. And here is another case where I have found students that are not able to write contributions at the beginning. It's fine. If at all you are finding it difficult, not a problem. You will be, but other sections you should be in a position to write. And contributions anyway you are going to contribute. That shouldn't be a problem. So, what would be the primary source of contribution? By bringing this particular change, what are the new openings that you are going to create? That is where it becomes very difficult. So, the kind of contribution that we are referring to is by doing this particular study, what are the new doors that you are going to open, which at your level, because your level of not education, level of understanding the concept at the given point in time may be less. The contribution that you envision that your research is going to provide may not be sufficient at that point, but later probably you are. And I have found the students have written contributions very beautifully when it came to these or at later stages of their research, but at the initial point in time they didn't have problems. So you could probably work this section with your supervisors. So this is one section which I would want you to work with supervisors so that you know how your contributions are going to make sense. And that's understandable. So I don't find any other problems apart from that. Yeah.
Can contribution be a policy change?
Yes, it can.
New strategies
Yes.
for market?
Yes, it could be. It could be anything that impacts to the stakeholders. Policy changes could be there. Opening, if it is from the point of legal, all that, opening those comes here. Yeah. So you will have contributions over here.
It's like any new value addition.
Yes. What will it bring it to? It's a new, you are opening a new door. So what would be the new way of looking at it? So here also he would have mentioned the study is helpful for the decision makers and education institute to take decisions to operationalize the concept of mobile learning, whether it is good or bad for the students and also for the teachers who will also be benefited, because faculty or the teachers as such we may not be comfortable using mobile learning. So because of this particular study, you are changing the whole system wherein the education system will embrace this M-learning along with the faculties. So that's how you are opening a new door. So that's where I find this area where students, the research scholars at the initial stage find it difficult. Rest in your journey will not be problem. So that's where you have this template of contributions. Fine, any questions? Supplementary pitch, again critical, but it depends upon collaboration that you require, target journals that you want to publish, risk assessment that you would want, and so on. So you can always look at it. Whether
So what is the discuss as
See, risk assessment is in terms of not ethics. Risk probably in management might not happen, but probably in legal, if at all there is something which is already in the process. So by the time you are trying to bring in some your study which may take about 3 years, or maybe that the policy might have been implemented by the government. So risk could be there in your case.
It would become redundant.
Yes. So you are trying to find something, but because of already the government has been working, so they may come out faster. So that is why risk will have to be assessed in legal.
So what would you do now? Suppose you're working on something and the government has time of your PhD or PhD is taken 5 years, but in the meantime, before you have published, the government has already taken up some strategy which is implementing something. So does your research become redundant?
You shouldn't do that. Academically fine, but that's the reason if at all you can make an assessment of your risk that it is too high risk from the time frame that you are going to complete, probably this research could be obsolete, and that's the reason avoid it. Academically, as long as you are fulfilling the requirement of the university, you will still get a degree, but value will not be there. That's the reason assessment of risk will give you better plan that should you want to take that particular or not.
So like if you know that there is no time or attention given to that particular part in the period because where they are giving any focus to it or studying light on it. And it's even when they made committee or second committee, it takes a decade or so to apply those recommendations in the thing. Then
It could low risk.
so it goes.
Low risk. So low risk is fine. That's the intent here is to identify. See, I am working on a given research. Now, will it be obsolete? So if at all I can identify well in advance, it's the right way of.
Like for an example, you are writing about 5G and government already launches 5G. Introduction of 5G.
5G. People probably from the technical areas they could work on 6G, 7G, 8G, whatever. So if someone is still working on the technical side of 5G, probably they will have to look at improvement of 5G.
So maybe you answer the question. She can develop, change the research.
That's what I mean. You will have to. I would say if it is high risk, don't take it. Mistake would be don't. Because PhD degree is one that we look for, but it is something that stays with you for lifetime. Alright, so these are few other considerations.
So let me go back to the slide one.
I'll give you this document. So the entire document is available. I think it's available. Probably shared on WhatsApp. Could be also done. Examples, collaboration not desired, talent, journal. You can name the journal wherein you want to publish and list roles. So what we discussed here was in terms of pitching template and this is how it comes. And finally pitch will be something like this. 2 bits. Those are notes. And these are the references, you will find it and I will share. A pitch, accounting and management information system. So that's an example that I have taken in this discussion, whereas the other work was 2022, not the 2021. So I revised it. I just downloaded the latest one, so I have not revised it here. One page must be there somewhere. This is the complete one. This is what we have discussed. Exclude this. Huh? Yeah. Already shared. I sent an email just in the morning. I forgot that I had missed out that attachment. Otherwise, I would have given you with the other thing. I gave you some assignment today. And I given you this along with that. This gives you entire. I can share this. This is what I have been describing. SSRM, that's it, you can download it. That's it, I gave you the course. It's available. It's publicly available. You can download it.
Yes.
You have that access here. Just go and give pitching research for the latest one. Fine. 2024, the latest one. This is the PPT which I had used, of course. I downloaded the latest one and used it. That was the earlier one. This is what is a recent changes that he has brought. Any questions? So we will have this activity individually done. How could we do that?
So tomorrow's activity.
Yeah, that you can do tomorrow. That's on paper. That could be for any paper that you have. I would want you to make a review. And get so much time. Thank you. We will be breaking by 5. Yes, stopping at 5. This was supposed to be taken. Not going through the PPT because it takes a lot of time. But we will look at what and how the literature review needs to be done. Probably we can. And I wish that you complete the exercises. One is research pitch or any of your topic that you try, so that you work on that. And I don't know how much time you can get back home. I'm putting on that time. I understand your other commitments too. Maybe some of you can do teaching research, some of you can look at the paper review, because tomorrow's session will be writing papers and review. That's where that assignment was given. I would be working for the next few minutes on this conducting literature, which I find again very critical, and I find students making a lot of mistakes. Alright, so I'll be very specific to certain sections of my discussion that I would want to. The contents anyway, I will make them available. Now, why do we conduct literature review? Why do we conduct literature review? Familiarize what? Okay.
Situate our discussion with some knowledge.
Perfect. What is? relate with the previous work.
And the research here.
Find the research gap. Yes, so when we do research, we should know there has to be a basis on which we should work. We should understand that if something is already existing, I should not do the same thing again. And this is where review of literature will be one section where you could work in different fashions. As I told you in this particular morning session, integrative research, a framework is nothing but complete standalone papers on literature review. It's a complete paper on literature review. Or you can have a literature review as a section of your work. So when we talk about literature review could be from two prominent contexts. One, I would be writing a very specific research paper on literature review, like the ones that we talk about, meta-analysis, all that, integrative framework and so on, which is the complete one. Or you have entire section of your work. However, one of the section is literature. Now what is the difference? Difference is that integrative review, or it could be in terms of meta-analysis, whatever that we have, it provides you an in-depth knowledge of what has been completed. Whereas when we talk about a literature review which is within the body of other contents, it provides you the background of the research, the methodology of the research, the purpose of the research, the gap of the research, and you are also going to solve them in the other section anyway. That's where both we call it as literature review only. We don't distinguish that this is not literature review, that is not literature review. Both we call it as literature review. Let's understand it very clearly. The purpose is different. Purpose is for me in writing a paper, it's the writing of the paper. Whereas the other purpose of literature review is one body within the larger section. But when we write, writing patterns can change. Writing ways can change. So when we look at the literature review, which is broadly that we find in terms of, we start with research questions and objectives, we go on, and then we move on in terms of reviewing the literature. That's the first component that we need to understand is research questions and objectives. So even in the case of research pitch, you could see that research questions. So that is where you will have an idea of research. So we will have to identify the research questions. Start with it. Why is research question important? Why is research question important? Or research objective important for conducting literature review? To give directions, because research questions and research objectives will mention your actors, nothing but variables. So which means that I have a very clear understanding of variables. I can use different Boolean operators and or whatever combination that you want to use. Using the search engines I will use. Fine? So that is where we will have to look at the literature. I'm sure all of you have worked with literature at some point in time. First phase is where we will be collecting samples of papers. See, when I start using operators and I start looking for papers, I find huge volumes of papers. It's the first phase that we have where I stop. Probably I have a huge papers downloaded now. I've identified, I've downloaded now. Again, it depends upon how comfortable you are. If at all you would want to download it and then read it, or you want to read the abstract there itself and just go. Depends upon our individual convenience. So I am taking a very simplest possible style where we will download all the papers first and then go on. So phases may vary depending upon individual differences. So I download papers based on Boolean operators whichever I have given for all my variables. Importantly, when we talk about variables, you will have to look at variable names, variable synonyms which are being used in literature. Because based on the different names that you give, your papers will be downloaded. And that is where knowing your synonyms of the variables is very critical. Now once we have downloaded the list of papers, the first thing that we can always do is scanning them. Scan the papers. And quickly go through those sections. So choosing the literature review topic, locating the literature review sources, because you need to understand which are the databases, and analyzing and evaluating the literature review sources, synthesizing them, writing the literature review, and editing and refining. So this is what we do. Now what is important here is choosing the literature review topic. It could be standalone or maybe a body within which. That's the research question we start. I find my papers on EBSCO, I find my papers in Emerald, I find my EBSCO, I find my papers maybe in Sage Journals. So look at the larger databases wherein you are getting your papers. So identify, locate literature review sources. Maybe Google Scholar. Maybe if you don't find a paper, write to the research author. They do write sometimes. They do. Gate, you have. You can reach them on ResearchGate. Could be one. There are other ways of writing to the scholar. I mean the author of the paper, requesting him that give the paper. So they normally give. That's permitted. One-to-one is permitted. But in a condition that you will also not put it on the public platform. There is a embargo time of about 12 months and so on. Ideally, we cannot have it on our institution. Posting facility also we cannot do that. So there is a norm for that. If that happens, we are blacklisted for some reason. So we have to be careful. So you look at locating those resources. Now, once you have located, we look at selecting, we have downloaded the papers. After downloading, what is that we need to do? We need to do the selection of resources. That's where I will talk about this very importantly. We will selection of the sources. We have the paper with us in front of us now. So what do? We quickly scan. For each paper we will try to understand the scope and what is the inclusion criteria, what is the exclusion criteria. So we could look at even that can be done. Now when I write or when, if you I want to download certain papers, one, I may be interested in papers which are only in English. I don't want papers which are in other languages because I am not comfortable in those. You may have some criteria for inclusion on exclusion. So you as researchers, you can always decide. Suppose I would want, in that previous case, I would want to do a study, but in young learning, I will, because I am studying on students, I will be downloading and focusing on papers only where students are being studied. I will not include the literature wherein students are part of young learning along with educators. Just narrating with the previous example. Can I do that as a researcher? Yes. I am allowed to do that. So inclusion and exclusion criteria can be stated by you very clearly. I am narrating with one of the easiest one that we talked about. So we will have to find the selection of sources very importantly. That's the reason when we start using search keys, you have double quotes and search keys are given in the papers. So you will have to write what were the search phrases that you have used. Write it in a piece of paper because you will forget when you start writing the theory in your thesis or maybe in a paper, you forget. So when you start doing this literature review, use one book wherein you will write a list of phrases that you have used. Probably Boolean what you have used, whether it is and or not, whatever that combination that you have used, make a mention of that. It will save your time later. So from the point of selection of resources that you can find, scanning becomes important. Identify the relevant information within the sources. What does it mean? It means that entire paper is not important to me. I want to read specific section of the paper which are critical to me and to my research projects. Are you with me? So maybe I am not going to read the entire paper. I am going to read particular sections. I may be reading abstract. I may be reading methodology. I may be reading findings. Over, finished. Paper is out. But I should be in a position to document this. Now I have read it, I have correlated what needs to be linked to my research problem, but how do I record what I have observed? Now this is where I find most critical. Now what we have is note taking. Note taking is one of the easiest ways that we can find. So in terms of note taking that we have note taking, what we call it as article note taking cards. Now this is a tool. If you can know this tool, theory comes later. All this theory are basically how do we use this and so on. Now this card will have the name of the author, year of publication, which means every paper that you read will be recorded. Note taking. Now you can make notes on the PDF. Now PDF is allowing you to write it on it, which is good. It depends upon how comfortable you are. But I would advise this in terms of article note taking, which means every article you read, one card will be there. It need not be a physical form, it can be a soft copy. And that is why I will tell you how to do it. So this looks something like this. Note taking is something like this. This is all tools which are available. Name of the author. Name of the author, year of publication. You can make it in a soft copy. There are digital note taking is available. There are softwares available. So use these softwares, and then you can easily make them for your papers, theses, and so on. So problem is once we read, we forget. So that's the reason the best thing is note taking. So note taking will help you here. Now there is an issue in one paper. There is another issue in another, the same paper. There is another issue in the same paper. So one paper you could have multiple columns. What you want to extract from that table. It could be something in terms of methodology, it could be something of findings, it could be something, it could be definition also. So, you will be writing your reflections and responses. Here is something that you will write. You will take entirely from that particular paper, how it is, and write your reflections here on this. It will be something like this. Of course, the top part is truncated. Key issue, definition. So, in one paper, the reference that we can find, he has defined all this. Now, need to find something which is very difficult for me. He has written or she has written the notes. I need to read the original article where this is required for summary. So you make your reflections on each of the papers. So need to find the source of the word mentor and its implication for the current definition. So you are bringing in your reflections as to you extract the content from that particular paper, make a note of whatever that you have and have a reflection. Now, same paper, second column, issue 2, issue 1, issue 3 we talked about. You may name it as theme 1, theme 2, theme 3. So, theme 1 was definitions of mentors or something like that. Here it talks about something else. Interconnectedness of the role of mentors. Now this paper talks about definition of mentors, interconnectedness of mentors. So you are bringing in from that particular paper. This is not your contribution. You are just making a note from that particular paper. Your reflections are here. Interesting list may be helpful in categorizing the mentors observed. So you are making, okay, this I can make use of where. So this is where you are recording it, also making note how you are going to use it. And at this particular point in time, digital note taking is a beautiful way of software that we are making it. I think simple note. Of course, Google Docs are always there. Evernotes are also freely available. I think these are all freely available that you can always use. I have not used them, but I need to check with my scholars what are they using. But they are freely available because all of them are using them. I don't know how they are using it, not that question. Fine, so note taking is something that we need to identify. This is very important because this is where people fail. Not in reading, not in understanding the literature, but the tool of using this. So I'm just going to give you those tools which are credit to it. Secondly, once you start making those notes, we would also want to have this concentric circles. And this need not be in hierarchy. Let me tell you, this need not be in the hierarchy. You can make circles, start with a topic, major theme, there is nothing that is hierarchy. So you could have about maybe 7, 8 circles. Just to give you an idea, maybe the concentric circles can change based on hierarchy later. But that will again give you a very clear area. This topic has been studied and been worked in this area. So that will structure your literature. Because we read before it. So if you can do these simple techniques, it will help us in recording them. This is one way. Now, as we do, this is an example that we can have. Again, not hierarchy, I am not talking about hierarchy. Hierarchy you can do it later. First iteration, second iteration, you will not look at hierarchy at all. Later you may look at hierarchy. Now once you have this multiple note taking, what do we do? Are you clear? With tools at least, what they are doing, lots of them. I can talk about literature review, how, what, and so on. I talk about tools and arguments. I will focus on only these two because that could be a major area of concern. So once we have once we have these multiple tools that we can find in terms of note taking, we could work on what is known as synthesis methods. Synthesis is what we talk about in literature, not narration. How is that you are in a position to do synthesis? See, literature review is not chronological writing of literature, it is not a description of literature, it is not giving what is already available. You should be in a position to synthesize. Now, when we talk about synthesizing, synthesizing is something like, initially. Synthesizing is possible only when we are in a position to do this. Look at it here. There are themes, and themes. Themes are what? Themes are nothing but issues that you have drawn from individual papers. Now, note taking, if you can look at it very clearly, there was issue 1, issue 2, issue 3, which we could talk about theme 1, theme 2, theme 3, and so on. Agreed? Now, the intent here is, we are, say, definition of mentorship is what I can recall from that particular example, and interconnectedness of mentorship was something was mentioned. So, theme 1 was definition, theme 2 was interconnectedness of mentorships. So, I have all those themes. So when I write my literature, it should be synthesizing based on that particular theme, what each one of has done. Are you getting me? So this is something that we don't talk on paper wise, but we talk theme wise. Yeah.
So you're saying you should follow the logic. Like each issue should follow a logic one after the other.
You create a broader subject matter of interest.
Yes.
Now it could be methodology, methodological flaws in each of the papers that you would want to read, definitions in each of the papers. Now I have recorded using note taking definitions given by 10 different authors. When I write the definition as a theme, I am going to mention how the definitions have evolved over a period of time. And my theme is definition. But I am not saying that this definition is given by him, this definition is given by no. What I am trying to do, this definition is from this perspective. Whereas this definition has added X perspective along with Y perspective. You are synthesizing. You are not narrating. So that is the difference between the literature review and narration. Literature review can never be a narration. You should be synthesizing in terms of identifying themes. Are you getting quite difficult? Systematic papers, suppose if you only look at systematic papers, we do use themes.
Literature review includes reduction.
It will be. So themes are something which again I will focus in this. I can recall this was my first paper, close to heart. So systematic review. This is themes are. Well, now if you look at it, this is nothing but because I didn't know that time. We had this particular tool. I had used very crude mechanisms to record this. This was in 2013 or 2010, when people were not willing to share what they knew. People felt, it is something to be learned on their own. This is, again, we call a summary table. In the literature, now we call it as a tool which is summary table, which is good. So, this is, a literature that we have. Now what is the themes here? What is that I have created? If you look at this or any paper, there are themes. You need to find themes are nothing but commonalities. Let me tell you, themes are nothing but commonalities. Definition of mentorship, it's a theme. Wherein I am finding that it is common, definition of something of my interest will be there. Interconnectedness of variables is there. So I find some commonalities. So here, when I look at this, questionnaire administration is a theme. So I have written it in such a way that here, that studies have used all these. Some examples given, but if you look at it, it is more in terms of the most authors are not sampling method. However, they have used. So themes are at one level. You are using that each of those themes in your literature. So that is how you know in this particular case. So one theme, one subject of interest across the different resources. Are you getting it? So here the theme is scores used. Maybe somewhere it is method analysis. So methods, I am not saying this person has used this method, so on. Method is a longer one theme. What are the different methods that they have done in this study? So themes, you will have to work on themes. So that's why we will look at these themes. How do you bring those themes? Note taking. Might make sense? This is required. You need to do this. The easiest way is note taking. This is a note taking, you will find it even on Google. Just like note taking for literature, you will find it. If not, I will share that. That's the thing. Not something which is not available. Note taking will be the first phase. Wherein you are, note taking, you will have to be careful that you have read that particular article enough, because first reading will be a faster reading. Second reading you have seen, okay, this is a good article, I should include and I should extract. And only those papers are going to be for note taking, not every paper. Suppose in my first initial, I download about say 500 papers, I will not be making note taking for all those 500 papers. Remember that. You will have to filter out and identify which are those papers which are actually making me. Only for those you will do note taking, not for all. So in this case where we talk about note taking here, this is what I refer to. This is nothing but the themes, issue or themes that you could talk about. Now, once you have n number of note taking, what will you do? Of course, you can go for concentric circles. That's a nice way of understanding. You can always go for synthesis matrix. Now, in the synthesis matrix, what is that we do? Now, to get that particular structure, we will be having, we extract the content from the note taking in such a way that I will have one section. Here it is theme wise. Now that I am creating theme wise, see, I have a paper, I go through the first paper. Suppose I have two notes in my hand. The first note has 5 themes. The second note has say about 4 themes. Now this synthesis matrix strategy, what I am doing now is I am looking into the commonalities of these themes. Theme 1 here talks about definition of mentorship. Theme 1 here it talks about definition of mentorship. I will take this and this from each of these and put it in one document. And this is what we call it as synthesis matrix strategy, because from the notes that we have made for each of the articles, now we are selecting each of the themes and making a particular body of literature. Are you getting it? Are you able to visualize? Here is an example. This synthesis aspects that we can find. See, this was in one note, definition of mentorship. Okay, you could find now here, look at it. The themes are the same, but now you are having different authors. That is synthesis. This will help you. So from those note taking individually from that particular journal articles, now I am taking each of those themes from each of those notes and collectively making them into one. What you know, synthesis articles. Able to understand? Yes or no? I had two notes which were based on two different articles. Wherein first theme was definition. Now I am synthesizing wherein I will make definitions as one from all the authors. I will have interconnectedness of mentorship which I had in 2 or 3 notes from different authors into one. So now I am synthesizing based on themes. This is nothing but solidification. We are solidifying, what we have looked on one aspect in different papers. Now I am making it at one place. First, what did I do? I extracted aspects of a literature from one paper. You getting it? So this is what is.
So when I finally write it in my literature review, then this entire thing will come as one paragraph or summary that I have made,
Yes,
right?
yes. So that is where synthesis becomes easy for us to make because I already have the document. It's only how I write now.
So we see this in our textbooks actually, what we have done is taken a synthesis of
Possible.
things and summarized it for
Yes.
us.
So literature review is to be written in this literature.
It's a very long process.
Change the language.
Which one? You can change the languages, but you are copying the same from your notes. So once you have, see what happens when we do, suppose from 500, I have identified about 100 pages, 100 notes I have. From those 100 notes, I will now synthesize. Then I identify definitions are not much. So I may really final synthesis may not have all the 100. I may find only about say 50 or so. In some of the sections, some sections I may have 90. Right? Solidification happens because now you have themes completely in one go. You read top to bottom on one thing what each one of them have contributed. You will get the entire structure of what literature means to be written.
This does not figure in plagiarism, this only publication.
No, this is only for your actual writing is yet to happen. I have not started writing. This is only for my understanding. This much work is done. Articulation comes later. This is when you start, it will be plagiarism. I am not coming with arguments at all. Anyway.
So when you talk about sections, suppose like the breakdown of your data. So like the ideas, data and all that. Those are the sections.
Themes.
Theme
I can outline
and
like a flow.
Outline. No, you are talking of outline. He is talking of sections. Section is nothing but I think you are also talking of outline. Outline you can do it.
no, because you had mentioned one section would have say 100 notes that you have taken out of which were 50 and the
Correct.
section would have.
Correct.
So in that case, the section you're talking about is the outline.
Section we are talking about is
The section that you mentioned, that one section would have taken 100 notes and used only 50. Another section you might use 90.
correct. So it very clearly shows how much work has been done.
So the sections that you're talking about are, I will want to.
Like this.
Like this.
Something like something.
See,
like-
so the definition of mentorship.
So we call it outline in that sense. That
Outline I will come. Outline is a very clear definition for us in literature.
Okay.
Outline I will come next.
Putting me to that skeleton.
Correct. Outline is the outline of the paper, structure of the work, and yet to come to it. This is not that.
Means we call it like how you are doing an outline of what all sub-paragraphs you are going to add.
No, no.
That.
Here we call this as themes. Okay.
Yes.
Under this you have n number of
Yes.
work. Now I am consolidating it. If at all you are calling it as outline, theory, I mean in
In
literature,
three
you-
language in that sense.
outline is used differently here. I have to. That's whether I am not. Are you able to understand? So now what happens? You have definitions only. You have one theme in one place. Fine? Are you able to get this? These are very simple ways of literature making, but people are not aware of it. These summary tables is what I just showed you. You were split in my paper. Of course, I didn't know that time it was summary table. So I now know this summary table, what I have done. So authors, date, journal, purpose, this could be. I would advise you to start working on this at the first instance only. I mean, literature says that you come out with summary table later, but I have been telling my research scholars to do such kind of a summary table at the beginning using Excel. That will again help you. And then probably you can always make it work. Yeah. It takes a very long time, but that is how.
The problem is if you don't do it, you forget what you read.
Yes.
Now I come to outline. So what is an outline? Outline is this. What would be the flow? At different levels. You can start with Roman numbers, capital letters, Arabic numbers, lower cases, and so on. So, it is like this. This is outline. Now this is very important as we proceed because you will understand what extent of work has been done. And outline could be one sentence. I mean one sentence could be ideal or some phrases because something needs to be. So outline is this. Either you can write few words, short phrases, or maybe one sentence. So outline will be something like this. Example. How has bullying behavior changed in the digital age? That's the topic. Introduction, definition, review of previous research. Now this will actually help you in getting your outline of your work. So then you can identify, okay, can I find this? So this will also help you to search what you are required to do from the literature. Maybe from the literature itself you may have to extract some statistics. What is the amount of bullying happening? Maybe in terms of frauds. Now what is the amount of frauds which is happening? What is the financial frauds which are happening? So depends upon our interest. We can start identifying. This is an outline. So I started with note taking, concentric circles, synthesis matrix, summary table, outline. If you can have these done, finished, nothing. Is it fine? Alright, so let me give the examples that we have. Let me go on with arguments. Because this is something which we find a challenge. When we write anything, we should be very clear as to what we need to write. An argument will have three components: claim, evidence, warrant. Now, a statement where you are arguing on an idea is nothing but a claim. You are just making certain claims. But claims, is it being supported with evidence? Very important. And warrant is a bridge that is connecting the claim and explains how and what the crux of the problem is all about. I'll make this available. You do not have to understand claim what, but as you understand, you will look at it. Okay, am I making a statement right here? I'll give you an example, very simple example. Now, claim is an argument which you want to argue about. So, administrators are worried about high attrition rate among new teachers. If the claim doesn't have evidence, your argument is wrong. So, that's the reason when we talk about arguments should have claims, evidence. Probably warrant will be there. In some of the cases, again, it depends upon how we write. Some of the articles we may find the warrant will be start with, then claims and evidence will be interlinked. Some authors will have warrant at the end, whichever way that you can write about. So you will find your own readings, you go through your own readings. In some of the journals you will find a warrant. A high level of novice teachers turnover presents a severe challenge for educational system. You may look at it that way. Then you will find interesting what is this. So you can have it at the beginning of a paragraph or at the end of the paragraph. Now it's like, see when we see a particular movie, you can have a movie in the form of chronological evidence. Or suddenly you see a person who is in the hospital and then 5 months early. That's a way that we can. I mean, it's a very, very similar way of storytelling. Research is a very simple way of storytelling. Films become hit the manner it is directed, the manner in which the stories are told. Research is a very similar way, wherein it is how good you are as a direction, how good you are in storytelling. I don't find any difference between. Of course, recorded that it is. But it's a very similar way that we have. That's what I'm telling you. By having this warrant at the beginning of a high level of novice teacher teacher turnover presents a severe challenge for education system. Now it becomes very curious. Why? So then you will be interested to read the next section of the paragraph, which says, 1/3 of the beginning teachers leave the profession. So it's a way of articulation that we have to learn, and you will learn. You will definitely learn. You just start reading papers. As you read papers, not only understand the content of it, understand what manner they are, the way that the arguments are put forward, the flow of arguments. That's enough. You don't have to say this is warrant, this is evidence, this is claim. But as you go on reading, you will understand, okay, this is what he talks about, this is how it has been put. And then you'll be comfortable. So arguments are very, very critical that we can find. How do we write? Again, let me spend some time here. Patterns that we can find here is in terms of one-to-one, independent, dependent, and chain reasoning. Now this will be based on the literature. Now you have one reason, you have multiple reasons, you have one-to-one, you have number of them. So it's something like this. So you have one conclusion to be drawn, whereas you have one reason. To draw one conclusion, you have one reason. Which means you will have to write now arguments. This is the conclusion, this is the argument. So that is where we find the reasons. It is nothing but cause and effect. Cause and effect in simple terms. So now what is that I do? I will be looking in terms of the literature. What causes what? What are the reasons for a conclusion? Whether it is one, whether it is multiple. When I talk about multiple, whether it is independent, whether it is dependent. We are not? Whether it is independent, whether it is dependent. So, your literature that we read, you should be in a position to draw these conclusions, whether it is one-to-one, whether it is multiple, dependent or independent. And based on this, your writings of arguments will be there. So this is a very simple way. Here it is one-to-one, that's what I told you. Wherein, what we talk about independent reasoning, R1, R2, R3 are independent. Now your conclusions could be based on any one of them. So it's in literature. So based on the literature, identify the dependent variables, independent variables, all those variables that exist, and make a map in terms of how are they related. Most important is if you can master the art of change. So that is something which will take, I will talk about this reasoning. Reason 1 and reason 2 give us one conclusion. But when that particular conclusion or an outcome is added with some other reason, here it is a variable, context, whatever that we can find. I mean, that is how papers when we write, mixed findings, all that we can find, we take this way. This is the best way of writing. So, this outcome with some other reason will lead us this added with this conclusion, added with some other reason will bring us this. And if you read papers are exactly written like this. The argument that you are writing is very simple. Only thing is you have to make logical reasoning there. So understand this chain reasoning. See, chain reasoning means there is reason 1, reason 2. When I have these reasons, one conclusion. When this conclusion added with something else comes out. When that added with something else comes out. So there is a flow which we call it as a chain reasoning. One example here. If you can read it. Kids without home or abused children suffer from anxiety due to their concern and worries. The anxiety negatively affects their ability to concentrate. Look at the words. It's basically that you can cause and effect. The lack of concentration has detrimental effects on their academic achievement. What are variables? X and Y leads to the X. I mean Z. Z plus A leads to A. Something like that. So, to mitigate these detrimental educational effects, children who are homeless or abused require stable homes, wherein they are provided with safety and emotional security. Stable homes offer emotional security and so on. Now include this. And this is something which is one of the ways that we write arguments. So that's something which arguments we will have, and probably some examples, common mistakes made in the 5 minutes I will take tomorrow. I find some common mistakes which we make as initial ones in the form of writing literature argument. I will take some time. This itself is literature itself is a big work that we need to do. But if you can understand from note taking, remember note taking, concentric circles, synthesized matrix, summary tables of course, but summary tables I want you to start with. Start with summary tables when you are reading, that's also good. Then the summary tables could be cut down for your research and table, that's later. Then of course outline and so on. That's all that we have for today, and yeah, we will come tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, some of you can complete at least one exercise. I mean, you can decide. Some of you please work on that research so that I understand what difficulty you are facing. Others can work on research paper, any one research paper, and there is a checklist that I have given. So map them from that particular paper. So one exercise you can complete.
The checklist is the questions that are
Yeah. Because tomorrow we talk about paper writing and review. I can relate. If at all you are going in the right way, wrong way, and so on.
रिमोट का है सर